O God, may your Spirit and guide us be within us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspiration of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Mr. Speaker, it is fitting that as we focus this sitting on the government's budget, including how N.W.T spending impacts the Northwest Territories economy and the role it can play in our economic recovery efforts, we are also beginning a territory-wide conversation about our government's procurement practices and policies. Procurement is a significant tool that can positively increase the benefits of government spending on the private sector and, as a result, on the economy as a whole. Ensuring that government procurement and contracting maximizes benefits to residents and businesses is a priority established by the 19th Legislative Assembly. Building on that, one of our government's guiding principles is to ensure that the expenditure of public funds supports northern businesses and maximizes economic benefits to northerners. This is consistent with our long-standing commitment to support Northwest Territories businesses and grow a strong, diversified economy. The conversation that has formally begun around procurement is part of the effort to achieve this priority and advance this guiding principle. It is important to remember that the concerns and needs that led to this priority, and similarly to the political recognition that it is time for new recommendations to improve procurement practices, came from the Territory's Indigenous governments and organizations, the business community, and the public at large. Rightfully so, as the last comprehensive review was over a decade ago. The people of the Northwest Territories know and have made clear that we have an opportunity for positive and long-lasting change, and we need to work together to achieve it. At a time in our history when it is clearly needed, we are prepared to reset or reimagine our government's approach to buying and contracting the goods and services it needs to deliver its mandate. To that end, we have accelerated our mandate commitment to strengthen N.W.T procurement policies and practices. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken in previous sittings about the procurement review. I want to use this opportunity to provide an update. Recently, I announced the start of the process to get this very important work done, with the release of the discussion paper, dedicated section of the ITI website, and the introduction of our review panel. We have put a review panel in place that I am confident will remain open-minded, objective, creative, and responsive, and who I have personally asked to do so. The panel will hear from a variety of stakeholders and residents, from panel interviews to written submissions, targeted engagement opportunities, and an online discussion forum. We are working to ensure that everyone has a means and opportunity to share their thoughts and perspectives. We want the panel to hear real experiences with government procurement, both positive and otherwise. This should include specific examples of when the system did or did not work, and collect innovative ideas for making our procurement process better. The panel will also meet with officials from Indigenous governments about N.W.T procurement generally, and ideas for a possible Indigenous procurement strategy and ways to achieve the economic goals of modern treaties. I will continue to reach out to Indigenous leaders as well for ongoing government-to-government discussions about N.W.T procurement. We need everybody with an interest in this discussion to seek out the information and opportunities that are available to provide their input. Mr. Speaker, our use of a public review process reflects our confidence that the ideas and guidance needed on this important matter can be found in the leadership, experience, and creativity that exist within the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, we want to continue to help stimulate economic growth and encourage entrepreneurship and local competition. Our review of public procurement is one part of work that must be done to support a resilient, more diverse economy. I encourage everyone in our territory to contribute to this process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Hay-River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the handling of the COVID-19 pandemic by the Chief Public Health Officer and her staff has paid off when one looks at the low number of cases with no confirmed deaths in the Northwest Territories. Compared to the rest of Canada, the N.W.T appears to be moving along quickly with the rollout of the vaccine, which has resulted in the N.W.T receiving 19,100 doses, with another 16,200 expected shortly. To date, approximately 14,600 doses and 2,000 first doses and 2,000 second doses have been administered in the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization, in an interim guidance communication dated January 25, 2021, stated that 14 days after receiving the first dose of the vaccine, the efficacy is said to be 91.9%. After receiving the second dose, based on a 2-month follow-up, it is said that an efficacy of 94.1% has been established. Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization and the Centre for Disease Control recommends that the second dose should be administered as close to the recommended interval as possible. The stated time for this second dose was to be 28 days after receiving the first dose. Recently, that 28-day number has been pushed out as far as 42 days. Mr. Speaker, this government has to rely on the supplier of the vaccine, and as such, has no control when delivery will be made. When we know we are to receive the vaccine from the supplier, I would expect that a decision is made to either use it all up as a first dose or possibly hold some back to administer as a second dose when a delay becomes a reality. The delay in receiving additional supply has created anxiety among residents who were expecting a second dose of the vaccine on day 28. Mr. Speaker, because of this delay, constituents in Hay River have been asking why the second dose was delayed and if this delay will have an impact on the efficacy of the vaccine. Questions I'll have for the Minister of Health later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. We are now about a third of the way through our term. I'm increasingly concerned with the lack of substantive legislation from Cabinet. To date, there have been a total of 24 bills, almost half of which were appropriations. This is not quite as bad as the last Cabinet, as they had only introduced a total of 6 non-appropriation bills at this point. The bills from this Cabinet, outside of appropriations, deal with pithy matters, including a monumental effort with some of the most convoluted wording I've ever seen to change the Public Highways Act to absolve N.W.T of liability for winter roads connecting off our roads. The much vaunted temporary variation of statutory time periods COVID-19 Pandemic Measures Act that has been used once. Probably my favorite, the Miscellaneous Statute Amendment Act, housekeeping changes to the Securities Act, Apprenticeship, Trade and Occupation Certification Act, Legal Professions Act and the Corrections Act, changes to the Interpretation Act that would have allowed Cabinet total discretion to change time zones and other time changes, which would not get my vote as something of importance to deal with during the pandemic. Bills also from the Clerk's Office to allow for remote sittings and to standardize more of the terms of contracts for the Assembly's independent officers. And I think that is good legislation. My point here, Mr. Speaker, is that we have yet to get anything substantive from Cabinet. We are supposed to be a legislative assembly, not a debating club. Mr. Speaker, this less than ambitious legislative agenda has not put our committees to work or delivered on the promises in the mandate and the needs of our citizens. I'm concerned that, like the last Assembly, we will have an avalanche of bills in the last few months of our term, which doesn't allow for good public input or careful consideration of improvements. I'll have questions for the Premier on Cabinet's legislative inertia and lethargy later today. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Tunde-Whittleday.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm going to talk about the Siwe Camp, which is a fish camp that is hosted on Mackenzie Island on the shores of Great Slave Lake for the last 2 weeks, and hosted by the N.W.T Center for Research and Learning. Mr. Speaker, this is the second time that the N.W.T has hosted a public fish camp. And I had the opportunity to visit the camp this past weekend and I had a great time being out there. Camp Seaway provides a great opportunity for community members to engage in culture, language, and other traditional ways of being on the land during the winter. Mr. Speaker, N.W.T is an organization that is always striving to bridge the gap between the old ways of Indigenous life and the modern world. They blend culture and education and treat them with equal importance to one's identity. Strong like two people. That is the motto of N.W.T, which encourages an individual to excel both in modern society and in traditional ways of being. Mr. Speaker, I applaud N.W.T and all of the organizers who helped contribute to this event. By all accounts, it was a very successful event, and they're planning to run again next year. I hope to continue seeing N.W.T hosting popular and successful community events like this into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just in line with my questioning last week on Friday, I'm going to continue on asking some questions to the Minister Maka on gaps in healthcare and emergency response. Mr.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the hamlet of Enterprise has approximately 120 residents, 5 businesses including motel, convenience, and gas bar. The businesses mostly cater to out-of-town requests for service. Businesses such as a plumbing and heating contractor, a cabinet supply company, modular home company, and a furniture cash and carry business. There are a couple of small niche businesses, Winnie's Dene Art Gallery and Darcy Moses Fashion Design, both in the same building that used to house a former cafe and gas bar. Mr. Speaker, one would think this is a vibrant and happening place considering all that economic potential. However, many of the businesses are small mom-and-pop operations and cannot afford to hire mini staff or any staff at all. Since COVID hit, this hamlet has been hit hard in terms of business potential and opportunities. The hamlet's only gas bar, motel, and convenience store has not opened for a couple of years since it had new owners, and this was due to COVID. Now, I understand this may well be for sale once again. The hamlet is the first community on Highway 1 and approximately 84 kilometers, roughly 54 miles, from the 60th parallel, the N.W.T Alberta border. It is very puzzling that Enterprise is not touted as the gateway to the falls, as these are very near to the community. I don't see much signage in Enterprise or a visitors information center to make tourists and northerners aware of these hotspots for activity. Even the residents who run small businesses are bypassed for campground custodian contracts. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment at the appropriate time. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month in Canada. The Beaufort Delta region has the N.W.T's highest rates of colorectal cancer and the lowest rates of screening, according to the NTHSSA. I can honestly say that most people from my region have been personally affected by this disease. I'd like to give my condolences to all the families in the N.W.T who have lost loved ones to colorectal cancer, as many of my friends and family have. To those who are survivors of colorectal cancer, please continue to be champions of colorectal screening. If caught, 9 out of 10 people can be cured. This means screening is essential to prevent deaths from this disease. Mr. Speaker, last February, the NTHSSA announced it was going to begin a pilot project, and that first phase of the pilot project will focus on the Beaufort Delta region, that they would be sending out fecal immunochemical tests, so FIT kits, out in the mail to those who met the screening criteria. During that announcement, the stats were only 16% of the eligible population in the Beaufort Delta region participated in colorectal cancer screening. This is less than the territorial average at that time of 21.9% and extremely less than the national goal of 60%. So today I would like to bring awareness to screening for colorectal cancer. those aged 50 to 74 with no family history, those who have immediate family history, family diagnosed, you are at an increased risk. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all residents to discuss this screening with their healthcare practitioner. We need to make sure that our residents are aware of this screening criteria and ensure that we see our screening rates rise so that we can prevent any further deaths for our loved ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Tree of Peace Friendship Centre, located in Yellowknife, has been serving Northerners with community and wellness programs that include educational, economic, recreational, and cultural activities for over 50 years. At the heart of their work is a deep respect for Indigenous peoples' cultural distinctiveness and the trauma created by the legacy of the residential schools. This positions the centre to be even more effective in the work they do than perhaps programs offered by the N.W.T that may evoke feelings of colonialism and institutionalized racism. In 2004, the Company of Young Canadians, the economic wing of the Tree of Peace, finalized construction of the 15,000 square foot building complex on 51st Street. The CYC owns the building, renting space to the centre for its programming. Construction of the complex was completed solely through fundraising efforts of the organization itself, without any funding from government, an amazing feat. However, the Tree of Peace does rely on government funding for its programs, and in my opinion, it is time to step up that funding to ensure that the centre and others like it can continue to be effective. Community wellness and youth workers at the Tree of Peace have not seen a salary increase for several years. With an increasing population utilizing the programs provided by the centre, as well as inflation and rises in the cost of living, personnel often go without raises, so programming isn't cut. And like all teachers everywhere, educators are often purchasing supplies for their classrooms out of pocket. For example, the Alcohol Educator Program, which provides the ongoing aftercare support needed post-treatment, has been at the same rate of pay and program funding for years. Given the growing addictions issues in the North and the push for rehabilitation services, this funding needs to be reassessed, as currently the program is constantly being monitored to not go over budget, potentially leading to diminished services. In order to maintain growth and the economic self-reliance of the program, its funding needs to be increased. Currently, the Upgrading Education program at the Tree of Peace is exclusive to adults. With appropriate funding and a needs assessment, this service could be expanded to youth as well. By working together with educators at the Tree of Peace, we can continue to expand on the educational needs and supports required to increase educational levels for residents in a culturally sensitive manner. The Tree of Peace Friendship Centre continues to play an active and inclusive role in our communities towards empowering youth, elders, and those in recovery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, mining has always driven the North's modern economy. When I was growing up, you were most likely either the kid of a mine employee or of a public servant. Today, mineral resources and the public sector are driving our territory's workforce and cash flow. Although the N.W.T is rich with opportunity, mineral exploration is stagnant. Natural Resources Canada estimates that mineral exploration in the N.W.T fell 54% over 2020. And while all mineral spending across Canada dropped during COVID-19, the N.W.T fell from the 7th highest in ranking across Canada down to the 11th. Mining report cards produced from the Fraser Institute Survey of Mining Companies, the C.D. Howe Report, and the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives offer some insight. These reports suggest that the N.W.T is the second lowest attractive location for mining investment in Canada. The N.W.T is known for long uncertain permitting processes. Roughly 1/3 of regulatory permits are issued in under 6 months in the Northwest Territories. Yet Yukon and Nunavut can issue over 60% of permits within the same time frame. Our northern neighbours can double our pace of development in terms of permitting, Mr. Speaker. What is most concerning, however, is the fact that the N.W.T does not meet their own timelines, creating further uncertainty for doing business in the Northwest Territories. Improved regulatory communication, transparency, and consistency are necessary to attract investors to our resource-rich territory, and these fundamental pillars to building an attractive policy environment for mining are the N.W.T's weakest policy points. Implementing the large infrastructure priorities identified in the mandate of the 19th Assembly, such as the Slave Geological Province Corridor and the Tallston Hydro Expansion Project, are not feasible unless there are large-scale resource development projects to support them. Mr. Speaker, diamond production has reached its peak, and private investment in the N.W.T has been steadily declining for years. How is the GNWT turning the tide on this trend? Will the GNWT effectively increase transparency and consistency in the regulatory process? And how will the GNWT improve its own internal timelines in the regulatory process? I will have questions for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment about specific efforts to increase investor confidence and bolster exploration and mining in the N.W.T. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Consensus government at its core has a transparency problem. And Mr. Speaker, it's not an easy problem to solve without all of us in this House making some sacrifices for the public good. In our system, regular MLAs are awarded a great deal of input into decision-making. We see draft budgets, draft business plans, draft budgets, and draft legislative proposals. And we are given ample time to comment and provide input to those draft decisions. And in many cases, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet actually listens to regular MLAs, and I commend them for that. I understand that some assemblies have done better than others at this. However, Mr. Speaker, whenever something is drafted, it is marked confidential, and any discussions take place in secret. A byproduct of this is that most decisions, by the time they are made public, much of the hard work and debate has been done. This often results in an anomaly where we pass things in this House with little or no comment. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to note that this is not any better in a party system, where the solution is simply not to share information with the opposition. And sometimes things become public all at the same time, as a surprise to opposition MLAs and the public. Clearly, this is not a solution to the problem, but it is often framed as the alternative. If MLAs are unhappy with doing business planning in secret, then they can wait and review a finalized document in public. But changing finalized cabinet documents is a rare and difficult occurrence. Mr. Speaker, the real solution here is a large dose of transparency at all levels. A dose of transparency that requires all of us becoming much more comfortable working with draft proposals publicly. We also must be much more comfortable speaking of when we fail to act. The GNWT being an inherently risk-averse organization, often the decision to do nothing is the most important and the most common. As an example, Mr. Speaker, our affirmative action policy has not changed in some decades. However, if you weed through the multiple committee reports and you glean that it has probably gone to cabinet multiple times, or at least to committee, and yet nothing has been done. From the public's perspective, no change or effort to change such an important policy has ever occurred, yet repetitive decisions to fail to change it are often what has occurred. Mr. Speaker, much of the work we need to do is set out in the GNWT's open government policy. However, Mr. Speaker, we have heard little of what the steering committee for that policy does, being made up of public servants who, ironically, meet in secret. One part of that work is an open data portal. I'll have questions for the Minister of Finance on how we can become a more open government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to bring up the rental assessments for our local housing authorities back in the Delta or across our territory. Mr. Speaker, I'm getting a lot of, constituents coming into my office and asking why aren't they able to go and get a rental assessment redone and have it done soon, because of high cost of living back home for all your bills, your power, your food, everything that comes up with that. That being said, when they're going in, it's not being done. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the Minister today, I guess, to pass on to make sure that all local housing authorities are given notice to assist the constituent or, the renter to when they come in, because everybody is back home is seasonal workers, most of them. And anything helps, from cost of living, I said, extra funds for anything that help pay our power bills and everything, just day-to-day lives from people back home. So today I'm asking the Minister that's making sure that she's getting her local housing authorities across our territory, when somebody comes into to the housing office to make sure in asking for an assessment, it gets done that day. I'll have questions for the appropriate minister at the time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfwee.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, today the federal government of how when I like to talk about that. I like to ask the questions about to the federal government about when you look at the legislative 292. That's what I call 292 today. I like to I will ask Minister of Health and Social Service.
National Aboriginal Day, June 21st, marks the second anniversary of a very important new federal law. I refer to Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families. Mr. Speaker, this landmark federal legislation acknowledges the inherent right of Indigenous people to jurisdictions over child and family services. This includes foster care, child apprehensions, and other forms of family interventions. Among other things, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-92 establishes procedures for orderly transfer of this authority from the colonizing government to the relevant Aboriginal governments across the Northwest Territories. It also provides for funding agreement to cover the cost of administering the devolved services. Mr. Speaker, this is a good law, one of the recommended by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. However, Mr. Speaker, its unsuccessful implementation requires the cooperation and the goodwill of this government, also provincial governments that are involved. At the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, I intend to question the Minister of Health and Social Service about how this act is being rolled out here in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabatcha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm going to talk about the affirmative action policy and how it is not being evenly applied across all departments within the government of the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, what I mean is that I have brought several constituency issues pertaining to the affirmative action policy to the attention of the Minister responsible for Human Resources. Oftentimes, the Minister will defer any answers on these particular inquiries to the department or ministers that's doing the hiring. Through my work on these issues, it has come to my attention that there is not an even application of the affirmative action policy taking place across the government. There seems to be a lot of gaps and loopholes which allows the government to work around the affirmative action policy. For example, Mr. Speaker, recently, within the Department of Lands, there were 3 vacant positions, one of which a constituent of mine had applied to. My constituent applied and was denied because she was told she was inexperienced. My constituent felt she was overlooked, so she asked me to intercede on her behalf to see whether affirmative action was properly enacted for that position. I later found out that the position in question was filled via direct appointment. Mr. Speaker, I'm not okay with this. There is something wrong with this picture. Some people argue that the direct appointments are a good thing for Indigenous people, as it provides an alternative means of hiring Indigenous candidates into government positions. However, direct appointments can also create the opposite effect and can act as a loophole around the affirmative action policy. Mr. Speaker, our government and all its departments can say all it wants about that the affirmative action policy is being properly enacted. But how do we know that that is in fact true? If it's up to each department to regulate itself regarding affirmative action, how are hiring decisions being tracked, measured, and overseen in accordance with this policy? Where is the accountability and transparency in that? I will have questions for the Minister of Human Resources at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Sabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haverford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these questions are for the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm how decisions are being made with respect to the vaccine rollout, more specifically the second dose? Is it at the sole discretion of the Chief Public Health Officer, or is there a vaccine working group? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haverford South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this issue because it's one I've heard discussed quite often. So the Chief Public Health Officer is the staff person who's ultimately responsible. But she doesn't work in a vacuum. She works with colleagues across the country. She works with colleagues in her office. She regularly consults community and Indigenous leaders. And she also receives advice from the National Advisory Committee on Immunization. So she uses a variety of information sources to look at the decisions she makes about priority groups for vaccination and, as has emerged recently, the timing of second doses based on the supply interruption by the manufacturer. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haverford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm if there was a decision made by the Office of the Chief Public Health Officer to forego the administration of a second dose of the vaccine in favor of providing as many N.W.T. residents with a first dose? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haverford South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, that did not happen. The people who are receiving a second dose of their vaccine are doing so within the recommended 28 to 42 day time frame. Even though we did receive fewer vaccines than we had hoped at the beginning of February, we have now received plenty of vaccine, and in some cases people are closer to the end of the 42-day time frame, but nobody was shortchanged a second dose because of rolling out first doses. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haverford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm the number of persons who have had their second shots delayed due to the delay in receiving the vaccine from the suppliers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haverford South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all residents should be able to receive their second dose within that 28 to 42 day time frame. I'm not aware of people going over that unless they are unavailable to have the second dose because they're out of their community or out of the territory. So to the best of my knowledge, there is no delay in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Haverford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister provide us with an indication of the efficacy of the vaccine when receiving the second shot after the 28th day and up to the 42nd day? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haverford South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the vaccine is not an off-on proposition. When it enters the body, it creates antibodies to fight off the COVID-19 infection, and so it continues to create antibodies from the 28th day, from the 42nd day. The second dose is really a booster. Having said that, as the member is well aware, this is a very new vaccine and there's not a lot of information about the maximum interval between doses. What we do know for now is that there's no problem extending up to the day 42. There are jurisdictions that are experimenting with a greater interval than that. But we're staying with the National Advisory Committee on Immunization recommendation, which is that the second dose be given between 28 and 42 days. So in terms of how effective it is, the vaccine is reported to be 92% effective 14 days after the first dose. And as I say, it continues to build. And so anyone who is over the 42 days will not have to restart their vaccine series. They will be able to get the vaccine when they're ready to get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Human Resources tell us if her department is ensuring that the affirmative action policy is being evenly applied within all departments of the government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every department is responsible for their own hiring. And what they would do then is go about is by bringing in the Department of Finance and Human Resources, we are there to indeed support that process and to work with them to make sure that, in fact, the affirmative action policy is being properly applied. And so I certainly am confident that that does happen. And, you know, every time the questions come through my office, we are able to review and to look at and to ensure that the policy is being applied. So I guess short answer, Mr. Speaker, is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us if the affirmative action strategy applies to all departments of the government of the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it certainly does. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, some people believe that direct appointments are beneficial for Indigenous P1 individuals. Can the Minister tell us if she agrees with that statement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the direct appointment process is one that is used and is quite carefully used. There are specific rationales, and only under those specific rationales can a department request a direct appointment. And then the rationale needs to be, of course, reviewed by the Minister before supporting the request for a direct appointment. It is most often used, Mr. Speaker, for situations where a competition has been held and a position can't be filled. It's been used to make use of the tools and techniques such as, Indigenous Gateway and internship programs, and to try to support those individuals here in the Northwest Territories who are advancing through these avenues that we have. And Mr. Speaker, for example, the numbers I have this year, or for the 19th Assembly, are indeed that direct appointments do tend to far and away favor affirmative action candidates. So based on that information, again, it is a system, it's one tool, it's not the only tool, but it is one tool by which we are trying to ensure that the Government of Northwest Territories can be responsive and flexible towards its goal of having a representative workforce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister commit to bringing my concerns about the direct appointment process to Cabinet to determine ways to improve direct appointments to ensure greater transparency and accountability? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Speaker, yes, absolutely. Early on in the process, in the process of becoming a minister, this is a policy that I want to review to understand better. And I agree. It is, as I said, it's a tool that can be utilized. It should be utilized towards the goal of being a representative workforce. And if it's going to be a tool, then it should be better understood. So I would certainly commit to bringing the concerns forward. But what's more, I'll commit to looking for a way that we can make its use more transparent so that it's more understood how it actually works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tunde Welde.
Mr. Speaker, Just in line with my member statement on Friday about service gaps and for emergency services, and Minister for Health and Social Services kind of gave me a little bit of a direction where to go with this. So I had some questions for Minister Maka. So I live in a small community, and I wanted to take first aid training or first responder training. Where would I go? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T, Minister responsible for municipal and community affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was a question that I did bring back to my department, and I wanted to know, because of when governments are established, industry, whatever, we are supposed to have a safety arm, I guess, to every organization, making sure that we do offer those services. So bringing that back to the School of Community Government, I asked about the fire safety training that we do have in the first aid, and looking at the procedures that we do have to encourage work safety. So within the School of Community Government, we do offer first aid, and we do offer safety training as well, and also looking at the fire safety as well too, and looking at the training that we provide significantly to making sure that we do provide safety when fighting fires. And also that there was also training that was supported in terms of the automated external defibrillator training in response to a motion of the Legislative Assembly in 2014. MACA tapped into some federal funding to support the purchase and implementation of the automated external defibrillator to mass assembly buildings. We also supported training to the use of the defibrillator. This was done through a partnership with the N.W.T AC, N.W.T Fire Chiefs Association, and the Alberta and the Heart and Stroke Foundation. As part of this project, it was recommended that all communities note the location of the automated external defibrillator training in their emergency plan when they're looking at submitting for their capital plan. I brought this back to my department to making sure that safety is taken very seriously, and we have acknowledged the need in the smaller communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Before we move on, colleagues, please just take your time. Our interpreters are having a little difficulty keeping up, so just be mindful. Thank you. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that very thorough response. This training is so important. I spoke with one of my constituents who works with the volunteer fire department for resident, said that it runs out, so that makes sure it's really important that we keep our training updated. Even through times of COVID, life still has to go on, so I just thought I'd speak to that. And I commend all of the volunteer firefighters and first responders in the communities. It's a tough job and very, very necessary, very needed. My next question for the Minister, does MAC attract the amount of people trained in first aid training and first responder training in the Northwest Territories? Sure.
Member for N.W.T, Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the training is an opportunity that's offered through the School of Community Government, MACA does does keep a list of the people that we've trained. But if they seek training outside of municipal and community affairs, the School of Community Government, we don't keep track of those numbers if it's provided privately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, again, thank you for that. And going back again, I heard AED has mentioned. So does MACA keep track of how many AEDs we have in our smaller communities?
Member for N.W.T, Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That information I don't have on hand, but I will follow up with the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, I'm going to keep pressing for this. Like I said, for a very glaring service gap, I'm going to keep on pressing, make sure that we get some real responses, something that's something so undignified. So I guess maybe I'll leave it at that. And Mr.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. The minister like to respond. Take out his comment. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Earlier today, I spoke with the legislative lethargy of our cabinet. We're about a third of the way through our term, and no bills of any substance have been proposed by cabinet. Changes have been promised to the Education Act to implement UNDRIP to bring our resource management into this century and more. Can the Premier explain whether there's any substantive legislation planned for the current sitting? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to defer that question to the Government House Leader, who's responsible for legislative initiative, Minister Simpson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister, Government House Leader, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of every sitting, I provide the regular members of this House with a list of the legislation that is likely to be introduced. This sitting, there was no legislation planned to be introduced. That said, we're hoping to get a couple bills introduced at some point in this sitting. However, those have to go through Cabinet, so I can't say whether or not it will happen or not, but we hope to. Whether or not they're substantive, according to the Minister's definition, I'm not sure, but we hope to have some work for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Government House Leader. Oral questions, Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Government House Leader for that answer. Maybe we'll get a couple of bills. But I spoke about how this is supposed to be the Legislative Assembly, not a debating club. So can the Government House Leader tell us when any significant legislation is going to be introduced to put our committees to work? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the committees are busy working right now. There's a lot to do outside of legislation, despite being a legislative assembly by name. And again, any bill that is introduced is subject to cabinet approval, so I can't say that a bill will be introduced by this time. However, any member of the public can go and look at the 4-year business plans put out by the Government of the Northwest Territories, and in every single department, every department lists their legislative initiatives with their proposed dates when they are going to want to introduce the bills. Now, has there been some slippage? Yes, there has, but we were dealing with something for the past year that took a lot of our energy, and some of the departments with the heaviest legislative loads for this term were some of the hardest hit and most affected, and we're busy with other things. So despite that, we've still had twice as much legislation as the previous Assembly by this point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Government House Leader. Oral questions, Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank my colleague, the Government House Leader, but who could forget the legislative landslide in the last 8 months of the last Assembly? I personally spent most of the summer away from home in committee travel, meetings, and a final sitting of the House in August where one clause-by-clause review of a bill stretched on for 4.5 hours till past midnight. Who could forget that, Mr. Speaker? So what is Cabinet doing to prevent a repeat performance? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Honourable Government House Leader, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, for one, won't forget that, and I remember all of the members' amendments that made it stretch out until past midnight. But we did learn from the last sitting, or the last Assembly. We've asked departments to give us more realistic timelines for legislation and to be brutally honest and look themselves in the mirror and say, can we get this done at this point? And so right off the bat, we had a more realistic list. We're also using technology to ensure that we can track our legislation better. So we are one of the first divisions in the government to start using the Apex database, which is something that's going to be rolling out. It's taking some time because we are the first to use it, and there is some technical challenges, but that is going to help as well, and we'll all have access to the legislation. And I also want to point out that, yes, in the last Assembly, there was lots of legislation at the very end, and some of the departments that put forward that legislation now have regulations to work on for this entire term and aren't putting forward legislation. So there's another component to it as well. It's not all acts, there's also regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Government House Leader. Final supplementary, Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Government House Leader for giving me credit on the the clause-by-clause review of that faulty legislation in the last assembly. But, you know, of course, we're looking forward to getting some regulations as well. But while I can understand that COVID may have delayed some of our legislative work, I'm more than happy to ensure that departments and the government as a whole have the resources to start legislation flowing. So can the government House Leader confirm whether there is the human resources and capacity necessary to begin to turn the legislative taps on? Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a challenge to develop legislation. In addition to the people to just sit down and write the legislation, there's some bills that need a lot of consultation before they're ever bills. People have to fly into communities to talk to communities. So there's a lot of work and a lot of hours that go into developing these. That being said, we do have the capacity. It's a matter of prioritizing. And so I would just ask that the member keep down the number of additional requests he's making of the government so that we can prioritize that legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Government House Leader. Oral questions. Member for the N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just hearing that debate, you know, we got to remember we work for the people of Northwest Territories, and we got to respect everybody in the House in regards to working together. Today, Mr. Speaker, I need to get this. We have seasonal workers. I have questions for the Minister of Housing. We have seasonal workers in the communities that are coming home from work when they're eligible to get on the reassessment done on their rent. How fast could we get that done? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for the N.W.T. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The housing corporation, the local housing authorities have been given the direction to follow through with the rent assessments moving month to month. I have recognized the seasonal workers as well too, and looking at the increased rent that they could be paying over the duration of their current employment at that time. We have also looked at the rent assessments and the CRA reports to try to work with lowering our rent requirements throughout the year. I just instruct the LHOs and the LHAs throughout the Northwest Territories to making sure that they fulfill those requirements for our tenants in the public housing units, and making sure that they look at the rent assessments, and then making sure that we consider that the tenants that are not permanent employees, indeterminate employees that have been working seasonal, making sure that their rents are calculated month by month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for the N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for that. So when, I guess when the seasonal worker goes in to get a reassessment, and the LHO, local housing authorities, are they able to do that right then and there to when they're asked, or do they get told to come back another day? And that's the problem we've been having. Is LHO able to do that assessment that day? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for the N.W.T. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not too sure about the paperwork that and the details that have to be submitted when completing a rent assessment, but at the current information that I do have is that these assessments can be done at the local community level with the support of the district offices and with the support of headquarters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for the N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister, I guess, commit to me today that she'll talk to the LHOs in Delta, in my riding, to make sure when somebody's going in to get an assessment that they work together with them to get that assessment done, because cost of living is a lot more than it is in here in Yellowknife, and they do anything helps, like I always say, that for the constituents that we represent. So if the Minister could commit to working with our local LHOs in the Delta for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for the N.W.T. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I will commit to that. I will have the district office just to remind the LHO offices in the Bulford Delta and the N.W.T. and throughout the Northwest Territories that rent assessment should be done month to month if we have seasonal workers occupying our public housing units, that they should be done without any complication. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my member statement, I spoke about the pilot project in the Beaufort Delta where they were going to be mailing out the fit kits. Can the Minister of Health and Social Services advise me or this House if the pandemic delayed this pilot project rollout as planned? If not, has the rates increased in the screening in our region? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the member for drawing attention to this Colorectal Awareness Month, colorectal cancer. It's a very significant problem all around, but especially in the Beaufort Delta. She'll be pleased to know that the program rolled out as planned in January of 2020. The response rate was low in Paulatuck and Wilhawktuk, so the kits were sent again in November of 2020 to those communities. So in total, there were 1,157 fit kits distributed, and the screening rates in the smaller Beaufort Delta communities, that is excluding Inuvik, doubled from 7.9% to 15.64%. And screening participation rates for the whole Beaufort Delta region, which of course includes Inuvik, rose from 6.7% to 11.8% overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that, and I'm glad to hear that rolled out as planned. Mr. Speaker, for those who are at risk require colonoscopy, and can the Minister provide what the wait lists were before the pandemic hit for colonoscopies in Inuvik and Yellowknife? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have information about what it was, but I do have information about what it is. Right now, the wait time from positive fit test to colonoscopy through the Territorial Colorectal Cancer Screening Program in the Beaufort Delta is approximately 88 days, or let's say 3 months. Our target for improvement is to ensure that patients are seen more quickly than that, and we are now working on a pilot project that will help us to identify where we can make improvements to reduce the amount of time that it takes to go from a positive test to a colonoscopy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the issues that I know that sometimes happens in the Northwest Territories is that if you can't get in Inuvik, because we do have an endoscopy room, you get bumped to Yellowknife or vice versa, So I'm just wondering, with the sterilization issues that happened at Stanton, did this impact any of the wait times for people accessing colonoscopies in our endoscopy rooms? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no, that's not a factor. The reprocessing of endoscopy instruments is in a different machine than that which was giving us trouble through the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to the Minister for that. That's good to hear. Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned about the pandemic's impact on cancer diagnosis and treatment due to travel restrictions, appointment availability, and fear of traveling out of the N.W.T. to the Alberta Cross Cancer Institute. Can the Minister tell us if the department has had these issues and on how are they handled? And because I would really hate for residents to be delayed for diagnosis and treatment, which could decrease their risk of survival. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all services remain available now as they were before the pandemic started. The travel restrictions have not impacted residents' ability to travel to Alberta, to the Cross Cancer Institute for cancer treatment, although people may have decided not to go because they were concerned about the number of infectious cases in Edmonton. There is regular communication between the Alberta Cross Cancer Institute and N.W.T residents, and that's facilitated by medical oncology and hematology oncology. These are two cancer specialty clinics that continue to be offered virtually at Stanton Territorial Hospital. This is done in coordination with the cancer nurse navigators and oncologists. So these clinics are managed virtually unless the oncologist decides that the person has to be seen in person. So required diagnostics and virtual appointments are made in the N.W.T as often as possible because we are aware that some people are leery about traveling into regions with increased COVID infection rates. But all of these services are available to residents of the N.W.T just as they were before the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Enterprise is a proud community and many residents lucky enough to find local jobs counting their blessings. My question to the minister is, in light of the gas bar business coming up for sale once again, is it possible to explore ownership of the business by the Hamlet of Enterprise? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can say the Department of ITI has been recently quite involved working with the community to support some of their economic development programs and projects. The Deputy Minister has been there several times, as has Deputy Minister of ENR, working with the community again specifically on their economic development. So I'm confident that they can again reach out to the community, continue that involvement, and continue to support them in looking for economic development opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. I'm aware of ENR and ITI being into the community, but that was strictly to discuss another issue dealing with AWP. The ownership of the gas bar, the convenience store, and the motel equates to jobs for the residents of Enterprise. And it's always going through different ownership throughout the years. And this is a real great business opportunity for the hamlet itself, since no one else would be able to take it on. I'm just wondering if it's possible for ITI and MACA officials to meet with the hamlet to discuss the options available for the purchase of this business opportunity with the help of ITI and MACA. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that there can be support from ITI with economic development or support to individual businesses with respect to their business plans, whether it's through economic development type supports or whether it's through the BDIC with respect to, for example, loans, I can certainly ensure and direct the department to reach out so that they have all the available supports there for them. But as far as the government of the government actually stepping in to buy private market assets, I don't want to give any false hope that is not likely to be something the government's going to be doing. But we are there to support the private industry. We are there to support private businesses. And as I can say, if there's this recurring challenge, then yes, I'll certainly ask that the department follow up with the business, make sure that they are navigated to the right supports that are available for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and merci to the Minister for that answer. I spoke about tourism potential for the hamlet through an aggressive campaign of incorporating signage from the border leading up to the community. The hamlet has the right to advertise the falls as their own, as these are in their backyard. They also have the right to compete for the campground attendant contracts. Can the Minister commit to having their officials meet with the Hamlet of Enterprise to discuss these tourism initiatives, including discussion on the campground contract opportunities? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it turns out that today, in fact, the Tourism Development Officer from the South Slave is meeting with the SAO from Enterprise. So I will personally follow up so that I can see what transpired in that meeting and will communicate with my colleague on the MLA to let him know also what transpired at that meeting and hopefully advance whatever projects might be discussed, whatever ideas might be discussed. And then with respect to the campground contracts, those do go through a procurement process. So I will follow up with the MLA to ensure that they are aware, he is aware, and that the SAO and the community is aware when those contracts are coming up, so that everyone is well placed to put themselves forward for those. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Decho.
Speaker. I spoke of the fact that Enterprise is the first community on Highway 1 from the border. It's sad to say there is no visitor information center at Enterprise. I mean, goodness, we have all the ITI staff in Hay River, all the business advisors, and no one is speaking tourism business opportunities to the hamlet of Enterprise. This is potential employment for the residents of Enterprise where there are limited jobs. Can the Minister commit to having all available staff to meet with the hamlet of Enterprise to realize the tourism marketing potential and associated businesses, including the campground contract opportunities? Masi.
Thank you, member for Decho. Minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, so there's already, it just turns out, I think by happenstance, a meeting happening today at the SAO level. I will follow up on that and see where it gets to. There are staff across the South Slave who work on tourism. But, Mr. Speaker, just a few years ago, I was told that, in fact, money had been advanced to the community of Enterprise to look at building visitor capacity. The project didn't go forward, but I certainly wouldn't want there to be any misunderstanding. The willingness of ITI to work with the community to see if they are interested in pursuing something and to see what funding might be available in one of the many different tourism supports and tourism programs that we have as applicable. Again, I will certainly follow up, and if sufficient information didn't get through today at the meeting that they are having, then we will make sure that the staff from the South Slave offices are there and available to the people of Enterprise, to the community of Enterprise, so that they can make good use of it. I mean, that's, yes, to the extent that we can promote tourism in the North, that is the goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Premier. Many of the non-governmental organizations like the Tree of Peace and others provide services or subcontracted services to accommodate residents that perhaps are not able to get them otherwise. As I mentioned, many of these workers have not had a cost of living or salary increase in many years. While I understand the N.W.T does not fund these organizations directly, can the Premier tell me what she is doing to ensure that there is more funding for NGOs that support our communities? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So within my department, Executive and Indigenous Affairs, as long as the budget gets approved, there is extra funding for Status of Women and Native Women's Association. We proposed for this Assembly. Also in 2019-20 fiscal year, we did, the N.W.T did increase the NGO Stabilization Fund by actually doubled it to $350,000 to a fund of $700,000 now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear that, and I hope the Premier will consider doubling it again. My next question has to do with the Alcohol Educator Program, which has had the same rate of program funding for years. And again, I understand that it's not directly funded at times from the N.W.T. However, given the increased need for rehabilitation services that these NGOs often provide, can the Premier commit to instructing her Cabinet to increase funding to NGOs that do provide rehabilitation and aftercare services? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't stand here and give direction to a department to actually increase their funding. Departments have various reasons why they do funding, based on capacity, based on needs, based on assessments, all kinds of reasons. What I can say, though, is that I come from the NGO world before I came here for many, many years, and I hear what the member's saying. One of the biggest things I hated about when I came in was that smaller NGOs that don't have the capacity often don't get the money. Larger NGOs that have either the capacity or are smart enough to get MLAs on board are actually getting increases, and that's not fair, Mr. Speaker. So what I can say, I brought it up in the last Assembly and I brought it up in this Cabinet, and I will see it during this term, is that we need a fair, equitable model to be able to fund NGOs, so it's not the squeaky wheel that gets the grease, that NGOs have a formula, and that I will commit to in the term of this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad to hear that. I do agree that the squeaky wheel gets the grease in the north often, so I do appreciate the look to make that fair across the board. One thing I often hear when speaking with NGOs is that they are in this constant loop of having to apply for project funding or funding that has a lot of restrictions or has to be used in a specific manner. Oftentimes, that funding will then be removed a year or two later when the program has actually started going, and it then becomes somewhere within the NGO to find the money to continue on with the work. So I think a lot of that speaks to the lack of core funding for our NGOs. They probably know the best way to spend their own money. So my question is, what is the Premier going to do to ensure that NGOs like the Friendship Centres have stable, adequate core funding to cover operating expenses and pay their staff wages, given the recent cut in her budget to Friendship Centres? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So those are conversations. Core funding is it's a sensitive topic, I understand. So core funding is something that's an issue. I mean, like I said, I came from the NGO world. The NGO that I was administrating got $30,000 a year core funding for 30 years, Mr. Speaker. We were feeding women hot dogs if we were lucky enough to buy them. So, and other NGOs got huge core funding. So I'm not going to say that we're going to increase core funding right now. I need a formula that says this is what's fair for NGOs, and that I can commit to. But the kind of a second question within that is the Friendship Centres. Absolutely, I worry about them. They provide valuable services. So what I've committed to doing is I don't have an increase in my budget for it this year, but what I have committed to do, and I've already talked to my department, is we're going to meet with the N.W.T and the N.W.T Friendship Society and see if there's a way that we can actually support them to get the capacity. The original funding was to build capacity for fundraising. It wasn't to be core funding. Evidently, it worked somewhat in that they got a lot of money. Didn't work because they weren't sustainable in doing that. So we're looking at other measures. Maybe perhaps I can second someone. So we're looking at other ways that we can actually build the capacity so that they can be sustainable financially. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Final supplementary. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This might be more of a comment. I think that the Premier's comment sparks in me the thought of this conversation we keep having around the hoops everybody has to jump through, and the fact that there does need to be dedicated positions that are literally just there to apply for federal funding, which is going to be the best method instead of all of us fighting over territorial money, which is very limited. So then more of a comment, I urge the Premier, if she's going to second somebody from her department, that be their goal, is just to get more federal money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave, would the Premier like to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate that comment. I do think that that it should be focused on federal funding, not only but territorially as well. And but it kind of gave me a hint, and so maybe I'll be looking at that position, a position actually that can work with NGOs, not just the Friendship Centres. So I'm not committing, but heard the remark, and I'm just going to start thinking my head around that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm following up on a commitment from the Minister of Finance, who is responsible for the Chief Information Officer, of a commitment to have an open government portal for the N.W.T. So my question is, when can we expect to see that open government portal? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Open Government Portal has been delayed somewhat. I had been hoping that we'd be at a further along at this point and have some more information moving forward onto the portal. I can say at this point that at least now we do have the technology ready to roll out that will be implemented. What they are working on next is a data management framework. So I acknowledge and I must say that the number of steps required to ensure that data is managed properly insofar as both being a collective of all of the different items of data and high data usages across different departments, but also in terms of the data that may have personal information on it, that managing all of that and putting it out on the portal needs to be done carefully and cautiously. So that work is, as I say, this is the status update on where it's at, and I will align that against the timeline and provide that back to the member very quickly so that we have a sense of the updated timelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think perhaps the Minister should also ask that the Department update her briefing note, because I'm going to read from the June transcript where it says by the Minister, I will have a timeline by that time. We are back in the fall as to how exactly this is going to unfold. Fall being 2020 there. We're in 2021, Mr. Speaker, and so my question is, what is the timeline for getting that timeline back to the House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if only all the things that I read were in a briefing note, my life would be simple. No, this is not from the briefing note, Mr. Speaker, and it is being updated in real time. I can say that right now, ISSS, which is responsible for the framework, is expecting to have that completed by fall of 2021 with the portal operational in 2022. Mr. Speaker, I hesitate because if there's any way that I can push that along a little bit, I certainly will. I am conscious that this is something that is a huge part of having a more open and transparent government, and I do want to work towards having it available more quickly, but that is the current timeline, fall of 2021 for the framework and the portal to follow thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to receive that timeline, and I look forward to this portal. My question is, do we have an idea of what sort of information we expect to initially populate our open data portal with? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Finance.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I think that one I am going to take back and say I will get back to the member on. I know there was some initial anticipation of what might get out there with respect to, for instance, the vital statistics and various health information. But again, subject to how the framework has unfolded and subject to the application of that framework to the technology that is now landed on as being useful, I would like to confirm if in fact we are still going to proceed with the vital statistics and health information first or not. That was always the intention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the issues I've struggled with in this work is that it kind of seems to be all over government. The open government policy lies with EIA, ATIP implementation, which requires a lot of open disclosure, lies with justice, the actual records lie with infrastructure, and the ISSS and the Chief Information Officer lie with finance. My understanding is that there's a steering committee to kind of coordinate all this work. However, I've never seen any of the work of that steering committee, so my question for the Minister is, can there be some public reporting of the Open Government Steering Committee? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this should be really good news. The government is too easily told that we are siloed and don't work well together, but in fact this is an occasion where, yes, there is information across departments. Multiple departments are high government information creators and drivers and users. The interdepartmental working group includes Bureau of Statistics, Population Health, Environment and Natural Resources. There's ITI elements involved that have high use of information. So, and this is an occasion where they are indeed working and a very active group. So, yes, let me begin by certainly ensuring that we offer Standing Committee a briefing, and we can then take that feedback and determine whether there's yet further ways that we can speak to the work that is happening to advance open government, but starting with a committee briefing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier I spoke about Bill C-92, federal legislation, the bill that just passed. Mr. Speaker, this government has important obligation under this Bill C-92, federal act respecting First Nation, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families. It sets a mandatory standards for territorial government when it comes to child apprehension and family intervention. It also gives a territorial obligation role in the devolution of child and family services to Indigenous governments. So I have questions for Minister of Health and Social Service. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister tell this House what actions were taken to coordinate her department's response to Bill C-92? What reviews and committees were established? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for highlighting this area. The department is very supportive of the federal bill, and we are working to ensure that it is rolled out successfully in the N.W.T. When the Act came into force in January of 2020, my predecessor sent a letter offering briefing and discussion to all Indigenous governments. When I became the minister, I repeated that offer, and I have raised it at every bilateral conversation that I've attended since I became minister. The key to this piece of legislation is that the conversation has to be initiated by the Indigenous government or Indigenous government organization. It's not for us to tell Indigenous governments that it's time for them to create their own child and family services law. It's for them to tell us that they are ready to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that leads to my next question. Is agreements are in place with Indigenous governments and provincial jurisdictions across Canada. We should be in that position as well. So, Mr. Speaker, the primary instrument for devolving child and family services to Indigenous people under Bill C-92 is a tripartite coordination agreement. Mr. Speaker, this agreement is between our authorized Indigenous government, the federal government, and territorial provincial government. Mr. Speaker, there could be a mini tripartite coordination agreement in the N.W.T. as like Indigenous governments. Question to the Minister, how many of these agreements has the territorial government been party to since the Act was passed in a federal parliament, Mr. Speaker? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we received notice from one Indigenous government approximately a year ago that they were interested in beginning negotiations. We received notice from a second Indigenous government about a month ago, and neither of these conversations have reached the stage that the member is talking about here, where we are negotiating a tripartite agreement. What we've done proactively as a department is adopted 2 new practice standards based on the federal act so that all children and families in the N.W.T. have the benefit of these provisions even before these agreements are put into place. The first new practice standard has to do with the requirement to provide notice before taking a significant measure in relation to an Indigenous child or youth. So that would be notice that goes to the Indigenous government about a member of theirs. And the second is a commitment to Indigenous children, youth, and families. And that has to do with supporting them through the family reunification process. So we are very willing, more than willing, to enter into these negotiations. But just to say again, they need to be initiated by the Indigenous governments. They're funded by the federal government, and we're ready to do our part. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that the bill that came into effect over a year now, and we're still talking about potential 1 or 2 Indigenous governments possibly coming on board. Mr. Speaker, we need to be proactive. We need to be reaching out to these Indigenous governments across the territory. Similar to other provincial jurisdictions, it's already established. And any apprehensions, they're the first go-to Indigenous governments. we should be enacting on that as well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a complex matter. Negotiating the agreement covers funding, liabilities, transition, and scope of powers to be transferred. What supports have this Minister's Department put in place to assist Northern Indigenous governments wishing to enter into these kind of agreements, Mr. Speaker? Masi.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, until these negotiations are complete and an agreement is reached, we are the service provider at the Department of Health and Social Services through our health authorities, including the Clecho Community Services Agency. When Indigenous governments approach us to begin discussions and negotiations, we are very happy to provide them with a range of options, which could be them creating and implementing their own law if they have the capacity to do it, or it could be a collaborative arrangement between the GNWT and the Indigenous governments. To reiterate, at the time that the bill came into force, my predecessor wrote to every Indigenous organization. Once I became minister, I wrote to every Indigenous organization. I've been to approximately 6 bilateral conversations with Indigenous government and Indigenous government organizations, and at each one I've talked about this legislation and invited them to take up the challenge. The major stumbling block I'm hearing is capacity. People understand that creating a law, creating an implementation plan is a huge undertaking, and so I think there's interest, but we do not at this point have anything that has started in the way of negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Minister alluded to lack of capacity building, lack of, resource people within a system. It's time that we reinvest in these areas. We're talking about our children of the Northwest Territories, and this is a worthwhile investment. And I certainly hope during the time 2021 comes to an end, where we've reached out to 5 regions, established an agreement. That's what I'd like to see, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what role did the Territorial Indigenous people play in bringing their children and family services up to the standards set out in Bill C-92? How were they involved, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the development of the federal law was led obviously by the federal government, and they were assisted by the Assembly of First Nations. I know at least one member, one person from the members' region who participated in the development of this law by traveling to Ottawa and discussing it. The implementation of this law is being funded by the federal government. They have a pot of money, which if I recall correctly is around $450 million to spend with Indigenous governments to get involved in this process and build capacity to take over child and family services. So I just want to reiterate, we want this to happen. We want Indigenous governments to take the lead in caring for their children, and we are here to help. But the first step needs to be the step by the Indigenous government. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people that I serve, or many of the people that I serve in Kamloops, generate their income either directly or indirectly from the mining industry. So my first question today I know is very important for them. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment can speak to how the GNWT is working to increase mining exploration and development across the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's quite a lot of initiatives underway. One of them that I think I've spoken to recently would be in terms of the mining incentive program. That's a program that is within the government's mandate to increase funding to it, and funding was increased and modified to adapt to COVID-19 so that it could be better accessed and more useful for those who are having to adapt their systems and their processes to continue to explore even during the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, there's a wide variety of other initiatives underway, and not knowing quite where the rest of the questions might go. I don't want to take all of the MLA's thunder, but the Mineral Resources Act, of course, we're looking to develop those regulations, looking to review the mineral development strategy, and certainly continuing work in regions so that there can be regional mineral development strategies. So a number of things across the board, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my member statement, I spoke briefly about the Fraser Institute and their survey of the mining report. I'm wondering if ITI has a desire to address the concerns outlined in this report, and if so, how will the GNWT effectively increase transparency and consistency in the NWT regulatory process? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when that report came out, certainly any time there's a public statement of that kind, any kind of report card type document, we would certainly take that seriously and want to look at it and analyze it. And I've actually already set up a meeting with the department to do exactly that. That said, Mr. Speaker, I also want to just ensure that the public messaging around what we are doing with our regulatory processes and the efforts within the department to provide pathfinding. There are staff specifically assigned to pathfinding, and there's already work being done towards having a roadmap for those looking to bring new projects online. That work exists. And I am conscious that, although, as I said, I'm going to take this report seriously, the department's going to meet on it, the responses that were given in terms of permitting times, there was between 5 and 7 responses. Might have been as little as 5. And recently at the online geosciences roundup forum, we hosted a forum where, in fact, the proponents of projects were saying that they were impressed by the time with which they had their permits issued. So it is a complex issue. Each project is unique. Each project's going to have its own challenges. But I believe we are making steps already to improve the process and to continue to use the systems that we have and continue to make them even better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Minister's due diligence in having already set up that meeting, and look forward to hopefully having a conversation about that with the Minister. In regards to the people that the Minister was able to converse with that were impressed by the timelines, perhaps the Minister can encourage them to participate in the survey next year, and we can improve some results for the Northwest Territories in that report card. One of the things that was highlighted within that report card was that the GNWT wasn't even meeting their own timelines within the regulatory process. So I'm wondering if the Minister will commit to looking at the timelines associated with our own regulatory processes within the GNWT, look at the processes, how the department is working through them, and see if there's room for improvement and perhaps speeding up some of that process as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that comment stood out to me as well. And so certainly that's, again, one of the points of getting together with the department is to identify where, in fact, there may be some areas for immediate work. It's not only us, of course. It's up here we do rely also on the federal government for part of the regulatory processes. And it's for us, it's not only ITI that's responsible. The Department of ENR and Lands are also involved. So what I will do, as I've said, is firstly have the meeting with my department to look at what exactly is it that is at issue, and then ensure that we are bringing all of the relevant departments into that conversation. It is always our goal to ensure that we are meeting our timelines and our processes. So to the extent that there's a challenge, we are going to figure out what it is and then find out the answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Minister alluding to the fact that she's willing to work with other departments. I think it's important to see what other departments, what role they play within that process and how their involvement in that process affects the overall timelines as well. So I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, it would be amazing if we could get our mineral exploration back to the levels it was in the mid to early 2000s. That would be very exciting. It feels different when the North is exploding with economic development. Everybody's got some bounce in their step. There's less draw on social programs. There's more community involvement, and so I think everybody here would be game for a ton of exploration and mineral development across the Northwest Territories. I'm wondering if the Minister would be willing to commit to whatever dollar comes out of programming for mineral and resource development within ITI, to making sure that if it comes out of one program within that sector, that it goes into another program within that sector. Thank you.
Member for Cam Lake, Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, government budgeting is dear to my heart. Mr. Speaker, we're about to go into the process of reviewing ITI's budget and to reviewing ITI's proposals for going forward in the next year. I don't think this is a question of a dollar for dollar in the Department of ITI that is going to advance mineral exploration alone. I appreciate the effort to look for creative solutions, look for ways to advance this. It is something that it's one of the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly. All of us know that this continues to be an anchor industry, and everyone is seeking solutions to see it advance. So there is a lot of work happening, Mr. Speaker. We are renewing the mineral development strategy. That's from way back in 2013. It's time to look at a new one. We're looking, again, as I said, at doing regional mineral development strategies to be led by regions themselves to seek what supports they need to do that. There's the pathfinding, there's the roadmaps, there's mineral resources. It's not necessarily about, is there enough dollars out there? This work is happening. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the member that the work is happening, the work's underway. We know areas that are in need of some supports. We're trying to put our efforts into them, and I have every faith in my colleagues that as we do the main estimates for ITI, if there's an area that I've described that doesn't have the resources, then I will have every chance to detail that and explain it in the course of the reviews. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a return to written question number 22-19-2, asked by the member for Frame Lake on February 8th, 2021, regarding the financial obligations for the Caddy mine to the Government of the Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your hard-working Committee of Environment and Natural Resources, or Economic Development Environment, is pleased to report that Bill 3, an Act to Amend Public Highways Act, and recommends it to the House. Bill 3, an Act to Amend Public Highways Act, clarifies the duty and liability of the Government of the Northwest Territories, which respect primary highways. An incident occurring on the highways of the N.W.T. does not construct, maintain, or control. On March 13th, 2020, Bill 3 had a second reading in the House. It was referred to Standing Committee of Environment and Economic Development on June 23rd, 2020. The committee reviewed the bill on August 25th, 2020. October 15th, 2020, committee's review of the bill was extended. The public engagement on August 19th, committee invited comments and proposed amendments from the communities across the Northwest Territories, Indigenous governments, businesses involved in the use of construction of roads. Committee received a written submission from the City of Yellowknife, see Appendix 1. Committee thanks the City for their submission. What we heard, the traffic control devices in the City of Yellowknife encouraged updates to Bill 3. To the bill, outlined maintenance requirements associated with liabilities to ensure appropriate accountability. The committee, also concerned with the N.W.T, should clarify that the liable for the presence of absence and insufficiency of any traffic control device. Committee confirmed the bill does not absolve the Minister from responsibility to maintain a reasonable statutory repair of the traffic control device the Minister has erected. Maintenance standards. The City of Yellowknife expressed concern regarding liability related to the loss and damage and the result of the government's failure to maintain public highways. The city suggested the proposed amendment should require infrastructure installed part of a primary highway and adequately maintain, protect public safety. Committee confirmed that the department maintains highways in accordance with the following standards: the Highway Maintenance Manual, National Guidelines, Transportation Association of Canada, and Guidelines to Safe Ice Condition Booklet. The Highways Maintenance Manual is a N.W.T standard best practice. This manual is updated regularly. Committee received commitment from the Minister to maintain Highways Maintenance Manual through the Department of Infrastructure website. The city also had a concern whether shoulders and pullouts were considered part of primary highways. The committee confirmed as such. Committee concerns the scope of the bill exceeds the bill objectives of the bill. Committee was concerned of Bill 3 absolved the N.W.T responsibility of highways to controls not designated as a primary highways under highways designation and classification regulations. Committee was also concerned with liability under the Act expansive than Bill 3. The implementation of liability primary such has been addressed through committee's motion, providing no bar on alleged failure to maintain. Public hearing on October 14, 2020, Department of Public hearing of Bill 3 with the committee with a broadcast recorded on the Legislative Assembly channel. Standing Committee of Department discussed concerns related to limitations, liabilities, highways under control of the Commissioner not designated as a primary highway, and Maintenance Standards Committee. Thanks to the Minister and her staff for appearing before the committee. The clause-by-clause review of the bill was held February 10, 2021. Committee thanks Honourable Minister Archie and members of her staff in appearance before the committee. At the meeting, committee further raised concerns regarding responsibility of the N.W.T to maintain highways not designated as a primary highways. Committee concern regarding responsibility of the N.W.T to maintain liability for primary highways as addressed in Motion 1. At this meeting, committee proposed the motions as set as Appendix 2. The Minister concurred with the motions. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the following clause-by-clause review and motion was carried on Bill 3, an act to amend the Public Highways Act is amended and reprinted, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole. This concludes the committee's bill on review of Bill 3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Member for Nunukput.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member from Daycho, that the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment report Bill 3, an act to amend the Public Highways Act be received by the Assembly to move into Committee of the Whole for further consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Motion is in order and is non-debatable. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The report of Bill 3, an act to amend the Public Highways Act, will be moved into Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters. Thank you. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, further to my return to written question 22-19(2), I wish to table the following two documents: summary of N.W.T response to Dominion Diamond Mines creditor protection process and Acadie Diamond Mine sale, and outstanding payments Dominion Diamond Group of Companies, Arctic Canadian Diamond Company, as of February 3rd, 2021. As well, Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following three documents: executive summary, public procurement policies for the Government of the Northwest Territories, a discussion paper for the review of public procurement policies for the Government of the Northwest Territories, and follow-up letter for oral question 494-19 (2), economic recovery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I wish to table the following letter from the Midwives Association of the Northwest Territories, dated February 24th, 2021, to the Minister of Health and Social Services regarding increased funding for midwifery services in the 2021-22 budget. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notice is a motion. Notice is a motion. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Wednesday, March the 3rd, 2021, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, second by the Honourable Member for Cho, that this Legislative Assembly calls upon the Government of the Northwest Territories to review its policies and practices for racial and cultural bias, especially as they relate to education, health and social services, justice, housing, and government hiring. And further, that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a comprehensive response to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Notice is a motion. Notice is a motion. Motions. Motions. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Bill 3, Committee Report 8-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 9-19 brackets 2, Minister Statement 77-19 brackets 2, Table Document 165, 166, 167, and 286-19 brackets 2, with Member for Nivik-Twin Lakes in the chair.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Mr. Norman.
Madam Chair, committee wishes to consider table document 286-19 bracket 2 main estimates, Department of Health and Social Services, then the Department of Infrastructure.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will take a recess and resume with the first item. Committee, we are continuing on with the Department of Health and Social Services, and I will get them in arms. Could you bring the witnesses in, please? Just about forgot. Thank you. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses for the record?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bruce Cooper, the Deputy Minister of Health and Social Services, and Ms. Jeannie Matheson, the Director of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Okay. All right, committee, we will start, we'll begin where we left off with the Department of Health and Social Services, out-of-territory services, operation expenditures on page 188. Are there any questions? Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I'm looking at page, I took my glasses off there, 189, addictions treatment facilities. The 2019-2020 actuals were 2482, and moving on from there, they're flatlined at 2096. I'm wondering if there was anybody sent out during the 2020-2021 fiscal year, and if that's the correct number. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. COVID did have an impact on the number of people who sought facility-based treatment in the South. The number, if I recall correctly, is down by about 2/3. These are, of course, estimates. The actuals may be different. The spending actually varies according to demand, and we know that there was less demand this year because of COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Decho?
Okay. Well, all my other questions are not budget related, so I got no further questions on that. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Do I have any other further questions on out-of-territory services on page 189? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 189. Health and Social Services, out-of-territory services operation expenditure summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $77,688,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. We'll move now to supplementary health benefits, beginning on page 191 with information items on page 192. Questions? Oh, yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to call a different witness for this division. So I wonder if the Sergeant at Arm could escort Ms. Matheson out and escort the other witness in. Okay.
Sergeant at Arms, can you please change the witnesses? Minister, could you please introduce your witness for the record?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Joining us now is Mr. Derek Elkin, Assistant Deputy Minister, Health and Social Services.
Thank you. Welcome. All right, so committee, we are on supplementary health benefits. Are there any questions from members? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know there's been discussion previously in this House and in the Department about the possibility of providing supplementary health benefits to those who are without. That would be people, who don't already have them through their employer, who are not covered under the medical Métis benefits here or the federal Indigenous benefits. Can I get do we have a recent figure of how many people that would be? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's approximately 2,200 people. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the department have a cost estimate, or has any work been done to get a cost estimate of what it would cost to provide those 2,200 people some form of supplementary health benefits? Thank you.
Thank you. Member, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to refer this question to Mr. Elkin.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Elkin.
Thank you. To date, no, we have not undertaken a cost estimate at this point. As we go forward with review and look at what types of benefits would be covered under any possible changes, then we would explore at that point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Elkin. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is there's some talk about including Métis health benefits, or the federal government providing funding and rolling that up into the current benefits provided to Indigenous peoples. Can I just get an update of whether the federal government has made any progress on that, or any information the department may have? Thank you.
Thank you. Member, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. The department did a consultation with Métis organizations of the N.W.T about Métis health benefits just before Christmas, and my understanding is that the results are being analyzed, and for further information I'm going to refer the question to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly can't speak to where the federal government are in their deliberations, but I can advise that we've certainly been in contact, and when we have opportunity to discuss these issues, post Daniel's decision particularly, we've been putting forward the position that Métis health benefits should be covered the same as NIHB, but as yet we continue to have our own Métis health benefits program, so no leverage as yet within our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess my hope is one day that the federal government will extend NIHB to Métis benefits, and then that frees up, $3 million in our budget, and perhaps we can then find a way to extend it to those 2,200 other people. Along those lines, I look forward to the department doing that work, and hopefully we get a cost estimate. Has any work been done about a jurisdictional scan? Are there any other jurisdictions out there who provide some sort of supplementary health benefits to their citizens? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to refer the question to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you very much. Yes, we do jurisdictional scanning as part of our ongoing policy analysis, and certainly there are an array of programs across the country, different approaches. Most in Canada are income or needs tested, and there are some jurisdictions that don't have. I think in some ways we've got, and we're certainly going to build on that jurisdictional analysis as part of the review that we are embarking upon of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll just end with a comment in that I think we're a very unique jurisdiction in that half our population automatically falls under NIHB, and then the largest employer in the territory is N.W.T and their dependents. We end up extending health benefits to numerous, other people, and we end up with this kind of 2,200 working poor who don't get health benefits. And if you did this analysis, I imagine in any other jurisdiction except perhaps Nunavut, like it wouldn't be feasible to close the providing everyone benefits, which is such a small amount of money. And I just would encourage the minister that during this review, I think there is a way to do this, and maybe it's creative negotiating with the federal government for some sort of territorial health benefit package that exists, or looking at what other jurisdictions do where they needs test it. So I really encourage the department to take a serious look at this. I think it would be a great legacy to give the working poor extended health benefits. Do we have a timeline for when that review is done, Madam Chair? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The first phase actually we completed last year, and that had to do with covering drug costs. And the next phase is scheduled for work this year, but ongoing. There will be a very heavy public consultation component to this review, so that we can hear from residents of the Northwest Territories about their expectations for coverage, and we can provide answers to them. For more detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not much to add. It is our intention to have the review completed before the end of this session.
Thank you.
I mean by this particular assembly, so end of government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. we could do it by the end of session. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly look forward to the results of that. I think there's also a bit of a national conversation going on with pharmacare, and I think the department's also looking at what's driving health costs everywhere, and that's obviously a national conversation. In that regards, I see both medical travel and extended health benefits have quite significant increases from the revised estimates. I guess I'll start. Can we get a sense of what's driving the costs in extended health benefits? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Yeah, thank you. The biggest driver is medical travel, and that involves both the costs and the volumes of scheduled air travel and inflation on the ambulance contract. That's what I'm aware of, and I'm going to ask the Deputy Minister, Assistant Deputy Minister, if he'd like to add more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Elkin.
Thank you. As the Minister mentioned, under the extended health benefits, which also includes medical travel for seniors, the medical travel price and volume has been one of the factors. Also, while the overall cost of drugs has not gone up significantly, the high cost drugs for a small number of clients has had an impact on our pharmaceutical costs, and so we're looking into that as well.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the kind of side effects of this pandemic is that we took a hard look at, what medical travel was necessary. And I know there's been work in the past for the department to, perhaps sometimes we can avoid appointments in Edmonton where it's simply, a pre-surgery consultation and it takes an hour and then that person flies back all of a sudden. And I know the department spoke earlier to, a couple great initiatives happening in telehealth and digital health, but I guess I'm concerned in that I'm seeing a $2 million here, and I'm seeing continued driving costs for medical travel. When can we expect, some cost savings due to digital health, and perhaps not necessarily always having to have people travel in the medical travel line item? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. My thought is that we will be able to get a better sense of this when this fiscal year ends, and we'll have a year's worth of data. We know that there have been some successes, as you've mentioned, but we also know that the digital divide is pretty deep in the N.W.T. So it'll be interesting to see how all of that works out. It is a very expensive program. Of course, NIHB pays for Indigenous and related people, and the GNWT pays for everyone else, and the cost there is $45 million. So if there were ways to make that cost come down, I think we'd all be doing the happy dance.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was just wondering what with the medical travel line item, is the department adapting for people that would choose to drive now out of the territory versus flying because they may feel more comfortable? Myself, I have upcoming medical travel in April and I would prefer to drive. Am I going to be able to recoup any of the gas or costs to do so? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Yeah, that's an interesting budget question. I'm going to ask the Assistant Deputy Minister to provide an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant Deputy Minister Elkin.
Thank you. Yes, under our current medical travel program, clients do have the option of flying or driving depending on their circumstance, and there is coverage rates for mileage or for the flight. There are limits, so for example, if you choose to drive, you will not be, your coverage will be up to the maximum of what it would have cost if you had flown. But people do have the option. We haven't done any analysis. Has there been a trend in change since COVID? But yes.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I had heard from a few constituents, particularly older constituents, who then chose to make it kind of a weekend down with the spouse or something, and then as they were going to have to self-isolate together anyway. So I'm really glad to hear that, and probably should have done a little bit more of my own homework before I asked that question. Again, I'm assuming that you had said that these were quite, the numbers are going up this year for both the extended health benefits and the medical travel benefits. However, there seems to always be quite a range. Is this due to just, it's difficult again to predict these numbers, as was some of the explanation we heard the other day? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Could you please ask Mr. Elkin?
Mr. Elkin.
Thank you. Yes. So when it comes to forecasting, as you know, the main estimates are done almost a year ahead of when we are reviewing them right now. So we're basing on information at the time. So it is a best guess based on trends, and what, as the Deputy Minister said before, we would be looking at what are the impacts of COVID and will there be a change going forward. But this is based on the information we did probably last summer, last spring. This is our forecast based on the previous number of years of trends.
Thank you, Mr. Elkin. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can maybe the department comment a little bit on whether they do think it's going to go up or down? I'm just probably assuming healthcare costs always go up, but do they have any sort of idea of which way they think it's going? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to refer this question to Mr. Elkin.
Thank you. Mr. Elkin.
Thank you. So again, they have been trending up just based on the number, the 5-year average of number of clients and just the cost of airfare. Again, the unknown will be what will be going forward the impacts of post-COVID, whether it's through the cost of airfare during recovery or with the impact of the change in program if we start using more virtual care. So those are things we're going to have to monitor over the next year or so.
Thank you, Mr. Elkin. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the cost of the flights for people to Edmonton, did they change over the year due to COVID, or were they already set in place for the upcoming year? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to refer the question to Mr. Elkin.
Mr. Elkin.
Thank you. So the airfare travel rates are set through a standing offer agreement, both for medical travel as well as for the N.W.T travel as well. So those are set for the period, so they won't change. They haven't changed during COVID because they were through an SOA standing offer agreement that with the airlines.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is the amount of time left on the standing offer agreement, and are there provisions in it for them to raise the prices given that their operating costs have skyrocketed due to COVID? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is another question for Mr. Elkin. Thank you.
Mr. Elkin.
Thank you. So there was a new standing offer agreement government-wide in December of 2020. I don't have the information on how long. They're usually on an annual basis. So presumably, because it was December, it did factor in some of the costs that they're currently incurring. But again, I don't have that detail, but that's the latest SOA.
Mr. Elkin. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe the department could provide that SOA to us, or the standing committees, so that we can see if, and then maybe the one from before, just so we can see how those rates have increased. I would imagine they would have to in order for them to continue to be able to run. I think at this time I don't have any further questions, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Minister, the member asked for a commitment.
I'm not clear whether we can make this commitment or not, so I will ask Mr. Elkin to answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Elkin.
Thank you. So the SOAs are issued and managed through Department of Finance through Procurement Shared Services. So we would follow up with Department of Finance to see. Again, they aren't done by Department of Health.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Elkin. Any further questions?
No, it's my understanding that SOAs are of public, in the public domain, so I'll look forward to following up with the Department of Finance. Thank you.
Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to stick with medical travel on the heels of my colleague from Great Slave. One of the things we've been hearing lately is that because a lot of our medical travel people travel to Alberta, that Alberta is actually saying to people that they must isolate in Alberta before returning to Yellowknife, where they then isolate again in some cases. So I'm wondering if the minister can confirm if that is still happening for medical travel patients or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, I guess what I want to confirm is that, is this a budget question? Is there a cost involved that the member is seeking?
Member?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, it is a budget question because there is a cost to having to self-isolate in Edmonton afterwards. And my next question is going to be, who pays for it? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. I'll refer that question to the Deputy Minister.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually going to have to pass it to the Assistant Deputy Minister.
Mr. Elkin?
Thank you. So if patients are in an Alberta hospital and they happen to be on what's considered a COVID ward, which is where there's a potential exposure to potential clients, then Alberta is requiring them to have 14 days self-isolation in an Alberta COVID isolation center. And I believe that's at the cost of Alberta, but we would have to confirm. For those patients that are just experiencing COVID symptoms and cannot get on the plane, we would pay, or the program who's covering the medical travel would pay, but I believe it's the Alberta Health who is paying, but we'd have to confirm that.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm wondering if the minister knows the rate of people on a monthly basis that are traveling to Edmonton that end up having to self-isolate in Alberta because they were on a COVID ward or they have symptoms coming home. Thank you.
Minister?
Yeah, I have to return with that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the commitment of returning with information as to whether or not We are covering that, or if that's being covered by Alberta, because I think that will add a significant cost to our medical travel, as well as this, especially if people are then coming home and having to then self-isolate again. So that would mean a month of self-isolating for people after a medical travel appointment. Is the Department of Health offering any kind of financial assistance to people who end up in a situation where they're having to self-isolate for a month for, potentially a 1-hour appointment down in Alberta? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not aware of any assistance that's being provided in that circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd imagine there are some people that are in very stressful circumstances right now if they are having to isolate routinely. I think of people who are traveling down south for cancer treatment and are going on a regular basis, or if they have kind of regular specialist appointments that they're having to go to. That would add a whole new level of stress to their family. I'm wondering if and I asked a similar question the other day, but I'm wondering if the Department of Health and Social Services is looking at the cost of bringing up physicians for common ailments that people would need to travel south for, bringing up locums for that, and if that would come out of the medical travel budget or if it would come out of the hospital services, or where that funding would come out of. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start by mentioning that people who are regular medical travelers are a priority for vaccination. And so there is an effort to ensure that they are not constantly made inconvenient by their medical travel. In terms of the cost of bringing doctors to the N.W.T, I will look at the Deputy Minister to answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this, the costs associated with physician services, and this would be a locum type arrangement, is covered off in a previous section under hospitals and physician services.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
No, I appreciate that, and I just want to clarify something that the Minister just said. So if somebody is vaccinated for the COVID-19, vaccinated with COVID-19 vaccine, does that have an effect on their need to self-isolate for medical travel or any other reason? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Yeah, thank you. The point of the vaccine is to reduce the severity of illness should it be contracted. In the N.W.T, we have not reduced isolation times based on the having the vaccine. So the real point there is to reassure people about their safety in the event of infection. Thank you.
Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that that no assumptions were being made there. My next question is in regards to the Métis health benefits. I'm wondering if the minister can, or if the minister knows how many people are covered by the Métis health benefits.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask the Assistant Deputy Minister to answer that question.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thanks. Thank you. We have approximately 1,500 people registered in the Métis Health Benefits Program, but again, it changes periodically.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the figures that was given earlier was $250 for return airfare. I'm wondering what portion of that, or what portion of the amount above and beyond that is covered by NIHB. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Yeah, thank you. That's a federal program, but the Assistant Deputy Minister will be able to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Elkin.
Thank you. So we currently administer the medical travel for NIHB eligible clients. We recover the co-payment, which is $200 each way, so 400 round trip from the federal government, but we're currently incurring the remainder of the cost through our medical travel program.
Thank you, Mr. Elkin. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm wondering if the Department of Health and Social Services is currently negotiating with the federal government in regards to a new agreement to increase NIHB travel subsidies for the Northwest Territories. The reason I ask is in November of 2020, N.W.T was successful in increasing their support for medical travel to the tune of $20 million. So I'm wondering if we can expect the same wonderful announcement in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I'll refer that question to the Deputy Minister, please.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly very alive to the situation in Nunavut, and we are in active discussions with NIHB around ensuring that there is, where we can find equity, that we find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Are there any further questions from members? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can someone tell me how many Métis are actually eligible for the Métis health benefits in the Northwest Territories? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Minister.
Yeah, when that question was asked about 2 minutes ago, it was 1,500, so I'm going to say it's still 1,500.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, that's great to hear. Have the feds paid out any other jurisdictions with regard to Métis health benefits? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
No, I don't believe they have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Is there any indication whatsoever that the federal government is actually going to contribute towards this? And has it been raised, you know, for example, at FPT tables? Or thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's no indication that the federal government is ready to pay. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, that was one of my questions. I guess I snuck a couple in. Has this issue been raised at federal, provincial, territorial tables with the federal government? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Not in my time as Health Minister. The FPT tables are predominantly preoccupied with the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to figure out how do we get any traction on this issue. I think as my colleague from Yellowknife North said, you know, it's $2.8 million this year, which might help those people who actually don't get any benefits whatsoever. I don't know, have we tried writing to the federal minister? Is there any talk of a reference to a federal court? Like I think there's a Questions Act or something where you can actually refer a matter for a ruling of the court in terms of jurisdictional matters and so on. Any sort of thoughts about what kind of strategy we can use to get the attention of the feds on this? And look, I recognize we're in a pandemic, but clearly this has been going on now for a number of years. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not aware of anything going on with respect to that. Deputy Minister.
Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you. So we as a department have certainly raised this issue with Indigenous Services, but this is a matter of government-to-government relations and something that we also will be working with our partners in EIA on. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I guess I might have to ask the EIA Minister that at some point, but that's all I've got. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Any further question? Oh, Member for Trinidad Willade.
Sure, Madam Chair.
Just listening to some of the comments from my colleagues, one of the things I'm hearing is the non-insured health benefits, NIHB. Just from my experiences and living in a small community, and especially with when it comes to dental care, it's very tough to really have good dental health care or dental care in our communities. And I've spoken with some people, some of my constituents, like it seems like this policy when you put in place, they much just rather just pull your teeth and be done with it. And it's really, really sad to hear. But I guess where I'm going with this with NIHB, with the dental side of things, has the department noticed any sort of more changes, I guess more costs associated with some of the NIHB policy changes in the last few years? Thank you.
Minister?
Yeah, thank you. I'll refer that to the Assistant Deputy Minister, please.
Assistant Deputy Minister Elkin?
Thank you. So we do work closely with Indigenous Services Canada on the NIHB agreement. As you know, we administer a portion of their programs on their behalf, medical travel, dental travel, medical supplies and equipment, vision. And if we are aware of any costs that may be increasing that are having a cost impact on the N.W.T in administering the program, we do enter into discussions with them to make sure that they are fully covering the costs. If there's overall cost of their program, I'm assuming that NIHB is monitoring that because they do cover those costs specifically. But again, we have ongoing discussions to make sure that we as a government aren't incurring extra costs related to administering their program. I'm not sure if that answers the question.
Thank you, Mr. Elkin. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
That kind of does answer a little bit about this, but I just want to make sure, I guess, one of my colleagues aware that there is still some gaps there within. I know that we're going through this COVID pandemic restrictions and all that, and I'm glad to see the minister, brought back some dental services into our small communities. That's sorely needed, and we need to have more proactive measures like this. Because even though through COVID, we still got life still goes on. We still have to keep our programs going. We still have to take care of our residents. Moving along, I had some questions about the Métis health benefits, and I listened to some of the questions here already. I guess my first question to the minister is, how often does her department meet with the Métis leadership on finding ways to keep improving their health benefits? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Yeah, thank you. The Cabinet had a bilateral meeting with the Métis Nation in January, and this was an item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, that's good to hear that they meet on a regular basis. And speaking with some of the leadership, they said there's still some gaps here that could be addressed. And where I lost my train of thought now. There was something mentioned from the federal side of things too as well, because there's anytime there's announcements made from from Indigenous Service Canada, for in terms of health coverage, it affects cascade down to us ultimately. So do these discussions take place at the FTP tables? That's for the minister. Thank you.
Do you need a
What I understood is the question is whether the N.W.T meets with Indigenous Services Canada to talk about NIHB. Is that the question? Yeah. Yeah. I haven't had a meeting like that, but that doesn't mean one hasn't happened. I will ask the Deputy Minister if he can elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
So I'm afraid I don't have anything to add. Yeah.
Anything further, Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
No, I think if I have any, nothing further. If I have any questions, I'll do it offline. Thanks.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about the, I guess the NIHB as well. And with respect to dental care, I guess I've been on the receiving end of just getting my teeth pulled. And because first thing to ask you is, you know, what health care do you have? NIHB, oh, sorry. And so I guess with respect to that, there seems to be a discrepancy, or is there a discrepancy or in costing between status Indians that are Indigenous people that are from the Northwest Territories versus those that are living here still under NIHB but from down south? Do we still, are they included, I guess, in the costs that you're showing here? For instance, the Métis, we have services for, say, whatever it was, 1,500, but that's for Indigenous Métis. If you're not Indigenous, then you don't have that service. Is that the same with under NIHB with the Indigenous First Nations? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure whether we administer NIHB for non-N.W.T residents, but I'm sure Assistant Deputy Minister Elkin knows that.
Thank you, Assistant Deputy Minister Elkin.
Thank you. So for the NIHB program, that the portions we administer on behalf of the federal government, if there is a eligible NIHB recipient, and they are accessing programs and they have a N.W.T healthcare card and they're receiving services here, then yes, we will cover them through their program here. But for example, if a NIHB eligible program eligible recipient is not from N.W.T, they can access things like pharmaceutical programs here because they bill directly to the federal government directly. But I'll have to check on the dental is whether or not we require an N.W.T healthcare card, or whether or not it could be anybody who's eligible for NIHB.
Thank you, Mr. Elkin. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like one of the issues, I guess, that come up in Hay River as well is because the number of non-Indigenous Métis there is they don't have the same coverage, I guess, as the Indigenous Métis. So I guess I look at NIHB, which covers pretty well all the First Nations across Canada, whereas what we have here for the Métis is specific for a certain group of Métis. So the question is, I guess, are we, and I think maybe it's been answered, is the department looking at including the non-Indigenous Métis and looking for additional funds to ensure that that all Métis are covered in the Northwest Territories under the Métis health benefits? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not aware that we're considering covering non-Indigenous to the N.W.T Métis, and we fund that ourselves. So I'd be surprised if we wanted to go in that direction, given our escalating health costs as they exist now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we as a government use our own resource. We're not receiving federal dollars then to fund the Métis health benefits?
Thank you, Member. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. That's our tax money that's paying for those benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Madam Chair, is there any, I guess, or have we been in any discussions with the federal government and requested that they provide the funds to cover the Métis health benefits? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Yeah, thank you. That would be a conversation, I think, for Executive and Indigenous Affairs to have with the federal government, and I'm not aware that they are currently having it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
That's all, thank you.
Any further questions under supplementary health benefits? Seeing none, please turn to page 192. Health and Social Services, Supplementary Health Benefits, Operations Expenditures, 2021-2022 main estimates, $35,262,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you. Committee will now refer to the information items on page 194, 195, 196, and 197. Does committee have any questions under those information items?
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
Could we switch witnesses again, please?
Sergeant at Arms, could you please switch out the witnesses? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, we'll just, we're not going to bring in the other witness if there's no questions from, oh, never mind. We'll wait for the witness. Minister, would you please reintroduce your witness for the record?
Yes, thank you. I would like to welcome back Ms. Jeannie Matheson, the Director of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome back. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think it'll be a really quick question perhaps, but I know that we asked a lot of questions last week about the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority and the deficit that's in it. But one of the things that I struggle with, and I think it was evident in the fact that I kept asking all last week where different items from NTHSSA fell within that budget, is I know that it's fairly new that we have a conglomerate of health authorities, and I'm wondering if there's any plan moving forward for the health authority to actually break out some of this $314 million so that we can see what actually goes into that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's my understanding that the health authorities do their own budgets and they present them to us, and so we get a level of detail there about what their planned spending is. For more information, I'll ask Ms. Matheson if she wants to add anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so we do table annually the authority's budgets with a little bit more detail than we have here. And that level of detail, of course, can be adjusted if it makes sense to provide a little bit more information. This template here is a template for the main estimates, as you know, and there could be conversations with Department of Finance to discuss whether or not we could add more information to this page to further break out the authority budgets. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, that makes me happy to hear. I mean, I think that it's important for us to be able to have fulsome conversations about things that are important to us, and we talk a lot about addiction, we talk a lot about aftercare, we talk a lot about FASD and frontline service providers, and a lot of that is found within that budget. So I think it would be nice if it was not something we had to switch to go to find, and that it was all together in the main estimate process. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, I'll take that as a comment. Thank you.
Member for Cam Lake, anything further?
Thank you.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at page 196 at the Centre Square Tower office space. Can the minister speak to what does that lease cover? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. I'll ask Ms. Matheson to answer this question, please.
Thank you. Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This lease covers the COVID Secretariat space that is being used in the Centre Square Tower on the 6th and 7th floors. We have a lease there in place for this coming fiscal year, which expires March 31st, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious about this. Why does this lease commitment show up here in Health and Social Services rather than under the COVID Secretariat section? Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's just because it's an information item. Yeah.
Is the reason then that this lease is not being done through infrastructure as is normally our leases because it would be expiring and is not a long-term lease? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Yeah, thank you. I'll ask Ms. Matheson to answer this question, please.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is the reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I'm just getting mixed up from our conversation that when we had it the first time around in the briefings. My question is then, if this lease is set to go to March 31st, 2022, yet a lot of the COVID Secretariat spending has been told would be wrapping up towards the fall and end of the next calendar year, can the minister speak to what happens for the additional 3 months of payments? Are we liable for them? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Yeah, thank you. I don't have an end date for the COVID Secretariat, so I'm not sure that it will be wrapped up this fall. But in terms of whether this lease has to be paid through until the end of March, I'll ask Ms. Matheson to answer that.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't off the top have an answer for that. I'd have to refer to the lease agreement to see if there's an option, with 30 days notice you can opt out. I would think that the staff that are there in the COVID Secretariat, will need to still be there for some time, even when things get better for COVID, in terms of wind up and transition, etc. So that's as much as I can say right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I know it's not exactly in this area, but then what are the terms or the end dates of the positions of the COVID Secretariat employees, which would be in part of their contracts? So wouldn't we not then have an estimated end date, or do they all go to the end of March as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Just because COVID Secretariat was done on and it's a different minister and it's a different staffing, I'm gonna any questions too in-depth into the COVID Secretariat, just in regards to the lease information item. Thank you.
I'll follow up with the appropriate minister at the time. Thanks.
Thank you. Member, any further questions? Sorry. Okay. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at page 197, and I see that the Territorial Health Investment Fund, both the medical travel and oral health and cultural competencies are expiring. My understanding is that this started in 2015 and went to 2018, and then the federal government once again announced kind of a new program to bring us to 2021. But are there any discussions or any talk of another territorial health investment fund, or is this fund simply sunsetted and no plans by the federal government to replace it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Yeah, thank you. This is an area of great interest and effort on the part of the department, and so I'll ask the Deputy Minister to speak to those negotiations that are ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. we've been working very closely with the other two territories in putting forward the position that the Territorial Health Investment Fund has been adding value and should continue. Our position has been clearly stated, backed up by strong evidence, and we're, fingers crossed. I know the federal government are currently deliberating, and we look forward to the outcomes of those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we all look forward to the outcomes of those discussions, so perhaps just a commitment from the Minister that when we have an answer or response from the federal government of the Territorial Health Investment Fund going forward, that it'll be shared with the appropriate committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. Minister.
Thank you. I can make that commitment.
Thank you. So are there any further questions on the information items? Member for Deschaux.
Merci, Madam Chair. Page 197. Let's see the Northern Wellness Agreement. I know that it gave large sums of funding to First Nations groups to deal with their wellness, their healthy child development, mental wellness, and healthy living. Are we going to see any further funding in this area to help the First Nations groups to deal with wellness programs? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Deschaux. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We as a department, fund a lot of different kinds of wellness initiatives, like the Healthy Choices Fund, which was just announced today for applications. But with respect to this specific federally funded pot of money on wellness, I'll ask the Deputy Minister if he could provide some more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the agreement that the member is referring to is a 5-year agreement, started in 2019, goes to 2024. It's worth $50 million, a little over $50 million over 5 years. And indeed, there's a good portion of this funding does flow to communities and to different regions through community wellness initiatives, and there's a cluster of different initiatives that we do under this funding that benefits communities. We have an excellent relationship with the federal government and are always looking for opportunities to find new funds through project funding, as the Minister referred to, that we can flow to communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Deschaux?
Yeah, regarding that funding, because I was provided a table where it showed funding that went to First Nations. Some of them were getting like $190,000 and stuff like that. Is that a one-time funding to them to last them 5 years? Is that the way this is working?
Thank you. Member, Minister?
Thank you. I'd like the Director of Finance to answer that, please.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So through the Northern Wellness Agreement, there is a large chunk of that funding, I think around $6 million, that's distributed to community organizations. Those community organizations develop community wellness plans, which then allows us to fund them for the 5-year period for a certain pot of money for each year for them to carry out their community wellness plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Deschaux?
Yeah, I see they got funding, and I've seen a 5-year plan, but then that's it, right? They don't get any more funding whatsoever from this pot of money, or any other pots of money for that matter. Is that a correct assumption, Masi?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this having money from the Northern Wellness Fund doesn't preclude organizations and governments from applying for things such as on the land healing program, the peer support program we just announced, the suicide prevention program we just announced, and the Healthy Choices Fund that we've talked about. So if you get the one pot of money, it doesn't mean you can't apply for the other pots of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Deschaux?
Okay, moving on to another one. It could be similar, but there's First Nations and Inuit Home and Community Care Program. I'm just wondering if this is where the personal support workers were funded or under this program. Let's see.
Thank you. Member, Minister?
Yes, that's correct. It's under this program.
Thank you. Member for Deschaux?
Is this the personal support workers that are currently working in the health centers and working with the elders in the communities? Is this the same program, same funding? Let's see.
Thank you. Member, Minister?
Yeah, thank you. In the case of Fort Providence, this pot of money is providing for an activity aide, a home support worker, a home care nurse who's an LPN, and a case aide family preservation worker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Deschaux?
So I'm assuming, since there's no line items for these coming up to 2021, 2022, this program is defunct or no longer available. Let's see.
Thank you. Member for Deschaux. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. I know it looks that way, but it's not that way, and I'll ask Ms. Matheson to fill in the blanks there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we, as of 2021, we changed the way we account for these dollars in the budget. We now show that money in the activity of long-term care. So when we talked last week around the increases that we saw in the long-term care budget, it was mostly to reflect this funding agreement with the federal government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Deschaux?
No further questions here. Merci.
All right, thank you. Are there any further questions on the information items? Seeing none. Thank you. Members, we will now return to the department summary found on page 169. Health and Social Services, Operation Expenditures, Total Department 2021-2022 main estimates, $596,784,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Mr. Norn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Health and Social Services at this time. Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Health and Social Services 2021-2022 main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. What is committee? We're going to take a short recess and resume with the next department. order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 286-19-2, main estimates 2021-2022. Does the Minister of Infrastructure have any opening remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, I do. I'm here to present the 2021-2022 main estimates for the Department of Infrastructure. Overall, the department's estimates propose an increase of $7.4 million, or 2.7% over the main estimates, 2020-2021. These estimates support the mandate objectives for the Department of Infrastructure while continuing to meet the N.W.T's fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending. Highlights of these proposed estimates include a forced gross increase of $3.1 million, which includes $1.8 million for increases in electricity rates and $1.2 million for increased costs to maintain Highway 8, the Dempster Highway, and $83,000 for increased maintenance and utility costs for ferry utilities. Initiatives funding of $1.3 million includes $1.1 million for new cost lease for the Child and Family Service Program, as well as $151,000 for a new occupational health and safety position in Inuvik. Establishment for utility funding of $2.8 million related to the Stanton Territorial Hospital, a transfer of $3.6 million and related positions to the Department of Finance for costs associated with the procurement shared services, and a sunset of $3.6 million, which consists primarily of time-limited funding, including $659,000 for Highway Number 8 maintenance and $390,000 for permafrost data management and analytical system. Additionally, there was a sunset of $789,000 to adjust cash flow requirements for the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund, as well as an increase of $469,000, reflecting the sunset of term funding to education, culture, and employment related to temporary accommodation for families attending Aurora College Inuvik campus. These estimates continue to support the priorities of the 19th Assembly by promoting energy efficiency and sustainability and investing in infrastructure that connects communities. To continue working towards our goals outlined in 2030 Energy Strategy, we will again provide $2.74 million in core funding to Arctic Energy Alliance, as well as an additional $797,000 for community energy grants and $2.27 million for a Northwest Territories-wide energy programs supplemented through the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund. The department will continue to invest in deferred maintenance program by upgrading and preserving our assets. When integrated with other N.W.T programs, such as the Capital Asset Retrofit Fund, it has allowed the Department of Infrastructure to make efficient use of $11.8 million of annual funding to significantly improve the overall performance of our assets. For example, energy conservation and energy activities, including biomass boiler installations, LED light replacements, and other retrofit activities, have resulted in significant savings that allow additional resources to be redirected to advance other government initiatives. The Department of Infrastructure also invests $1.5 million annually to continue to deliver community access programs to improve local transportation infrastructure, including access roads, winter roads, ice roads, marine facilities, and trails. These help increase food security through locally produced, harvested, and affordable food, and can also help towards economic diversification by supporting growth in non-extra activities sectors such as tourism. That concludes my opening remarks. Queen Naini, Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. Does the Minister of Infrastructure wish to bring in witnesses?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
All right. So Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Thank you. The minister has requested that we move through the main estimates in such a way that will limit the need for new witnesses to move in and out of the chamber. So the order in which we'll consider the department activity has slightly changed, so we're not going to be going in order as the book. So I'll call the pages and make sure you guys are clear to the department or the section that we're going through, okay? And with that, Minister, will you please introduce your witnesses for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have with me today Deputy Minister Steve Ludit, as well as Assistant Deputy Minister for Regional Operations, Gary Brennan.
Thank you and welcome. All right, thank you. Committee has agreed to forego general comments. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detailed in the table document? Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with asset management, starting on page 235 with information items on page 238. So under asset management, are there questions from committee? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always have questions. The Department of Infrastructure under this section administers the leasing of improved real property, essentially the policy that controls how we lease all our property. This policy is from 1998, and I think it's a little outdated in regards to the work we're doing on procurement review. Is there any intention and a timeline to update the leasing of improved property policy? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to turn this over to Deputy Minister Ludit.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Ludit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we are looking at bringing forward some ideas as far as what we're looking at for amendments to the policy, but at this time, do not have a time frame. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Housing Corp previously conducted some analysis of whether it was cheaper to build public housing or to lease it, and they determined ultimately in the long run it was cheaper for them to build and own their infrastructure. I note that our lease policy requires us to undertake a lease versus own analysis of all the N.W.T properties to see whether it's cheaper. In general, does the department have a sense of whether it's cheaper for us to own or lease our buildings? I know we've built some very large office towers, such as the new government building before, so was that the determination there that it was cheaper for us to own it than it was to lease it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I guess that would it would depend on what type of asset that we're looking at. If we're looking at big asset structures that require sometimes a P3, that would depend on the type of building we're looking at. Sometimes there is opportunity in cost savings to be able to have a look at how we lease out buildings, whether it be more affordable for us to just lease versus purchase. So it would all depend on what it is that's slated in our capital assets. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess where I'm going with this is that the N.W.T is the anchor tenant in most of Northview's building. It's in downtown Yellowknife. I'm my understanding is we built new government building because we understood it was cheaper for us to own our buildings as opposed to lease them from large southern REITs. So I guess my question is specific to Class A commercial office space. Is it cheaper for us to own it than it is to lease it right now at market rates in Yellowknife? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, again, I'm sorry to be just a broken record, but I do want to say that, you know, we look at these assets and how we acquire and how we dispose and how we do a lot of things on a case-by-case basis. So, I mean, you look at whether, you know, it makes sense for the government to lease versus build or purchase. It would all depend on assets, some of the location, some clients, and timelines on how we determine purchasing or leasing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the current policy allows us to lease buildings off northern-owned landlords if we think, you know, we can pay an extra 10% on the cost of leasing. You know, I think that's fair, and I don't mind paying a little bit more on leases to northern-owned buildings, but I would note that I don't believe that the money we were paying to southern REITs, which is millions and millions of dollars, is actually cheaper than owning the buildings or cheaper than renting off a northern landlord. So I question whether we are even in compliance with our leasing of improved real property policy. So can the minister review our current leases and assess whether they are actually within the 10% as required by the policy? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm not quite familiar with the amount of leases that we have. Perhaps it's quite a bit, given that, you know, Department of Infrastructure is responsible for predominantly a lot of the leases for all the other government departments. I'm giving Assistant Deputy Minister a few minutes to be able to pull that number, so if I can, to Assistant Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so in terms of Yellowknife, I guess the first comment is that well, a lot of these leases, a lot of these buildings were once owned by northern companies and have since sold off to the northern or southern REITs. And a lot of these times, these are long-term leases, 20-year leases, so I don't think we have the numbers in front of us to determine what we entered into with the northern vendor versus the southern vendor at the time. And I think that we could take a look at how much it is costing us. As you said, we are paying a lot of money in Yellowknife to these northern vendors. Of course, some of the challenges with owning is the upfront cost that the government would have to incur to get into the business of owning those buildings. So that's certainly a potential hamper to us moving into ownership as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I will leave this for another time, but it's my view that, you know, being the anchor tenant in a bunch of southern REITs buildings makes absolutely no sense. It doesn't align with supporting northern businesses, and if we're actually paying above what it would cost for us, we're spending extra money instead of owning the infrastructure. Either we should build it as a government or find actual northern landlords to give that money to would be my preferred. So I'll leave that as a comment, and I thank the department for their comments on that. In the area of asset management, my understanding is that the new Auditor General is working to create new public accounting standards, and as part of this work, we will have to carry a liability on our books of what it would cost to essentially not just remediate our assets, but to put them in landfills. I believe that work is coming on next year, where the public accounting standards are going to require us to carry a number in our books of what every single building costs to put into a landfill properly, which is a very, very large number, especially the costs of in smaller remote communities. And I believe we already carry a bit of a liability in regards to asbestos and hazardous materials, but not a liability in regards to actually putting those buildings in landfills and the costs. I recognize that policy has not come into place yet, but I'm wondering if asset management is involved in that work, or if we have in the Environment Department here any sort of estimate of what that's cost or how they're involved with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get ADM Brennan to answer that.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the member is correct. Yeah, effective April 1, 2022, the Department or the Government of the Northwest Territories will have to recognize obligation or liability for all of its assets, not just buildings, but any other asset which we have a legal, I guess, a legal requirement to remediate or return to the dump, I think was the terminology that was used. So we are working on that right now. We're looking for all of our buildings, so asset management is involved in coming up with an estimated cost to provide, to remediate all of our buildings to the legislative requirements. That work is ongoing, is being led by the Department of Finance as it applies to all departments and all assets. Of course, the Department of Infrastructure, with the number of assets that it owns, is the largest user of that there. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll ask a follow-up question to Finance at some point about what that number is actually looking like and how big of a liability it is to be added to our books. Can I just get clarification of whether asset management is where I would find the deferred maintenance budget, and if so, how much deferred maintenance is in the operations budget? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister, is it? I'm not sure if that's... Minister, do you know if that's...
What I can say is, when we were doing some of our capital work, we were looking, and one of the members sitting across me had asked the question on deferred maintenance and what it would cost in terms of getting some of our assets up to a normal standard, and it was in the tune of $462 million to get some of our deferred assets up to par. And if I can ask ADM Brennan if he wants to add anything further to that in terms of what's in the budget right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so there is two components of deferred maintenance. Some of the information is in the capital estimates, and there's about $3 million annually in the operations budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for... Oh, you ran out of time. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just to follow up a little further on what my colleague from Yellowknife North was saying, can you speak to what does that mean then with respect to this new Auditor General liability? As we see, it's going to take some time, obviously, for the Northwest Territories to work on some of that liability. I guess my question is, as regulations increase, they always seem to get stricter with time. What sort of financial impact does that have on us with that liability number we're now going to have to estimate? Do we anticipate it will just continue to increase as regulations get more stringent? Does that then force us to want to remediate some of our sites ahead of time and be more proactive? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll get ADM Brennan to answer that.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the simple answer is yes, we would expect that it would increase over time as we add more assets to the system. So the exercise we're undertaking right now is to look at our existing assets and looking at our existing regulations and then trying to come up with an engineering estimate to determine how much cost it would take currently to remediate. So given, things usually cost more money to do in the future than it does today, I would expect that it would increase on an annual basis if we're doing our jobs correctly and coming up with that number. So yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then I would anticipate that the Minister will then be directing her department to look and deal with more risk or higher risk level assets ahead of lower risk ones, and that some sort of prioritization like that will be like a lens like that will be put on this analysis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we currently right now what we call a dashboard. So it kind of looks at all our different assets, and we have a red, which basically means that these assets are, we need to get them started, and then we have a yellow, and then we have a green. So we have different color coding on our dashboard to be able to look at all of the different assets that are required through the Northwest Territories in terms of our capital assets. So we do have a dashboard to be able to help us to determine what are priority assets and such. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really glad to hear that. It's going to be quite a undertaking for the department. I'm not sad I'll be missing it. So I think the next question I have is around preventative maintenance program. Given that we have assets that have become worse over time, I'd like to talk about where the money falls within this department or this line item or these line items for the preventative maintenance program, so we can keep our assets in better shape. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to hand it to ADM Brennan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Madam Chair, so I think there's a couple of different places where we have money in our budget currently. Under asset management, as previously mentioned, there's $3 million for the deferred maintenance program, but also there's money in regional operations as well that each region has to do minor fixes to help upkeep of all of the N.W.T assets in the system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I guess would like maybe the Minister to speak a bit on optimization of these types of programs. Is the department looking at policy and procedural implementation, such as, for example, driver's logs, inspection records, safety programs like that actually have been shown to reduce maintenance costs, etc.? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we do have a couple different programs within the department. I talked a little bit about the deferred maintenance program that's intended for, completing repairs buildings, and I already mentioned that in member's first statement. But we also do have different priorities. We have status of department infrastructure management, client managed capital projects. So we have a number of programs here that we look at. And, as things change and as things evolve and as we start to complete programs and start up new programs and new infrastructure assets, we start to look at, what can we do better as a department to ensure that we are following some of the standards and some of the updated licensing. You look within the federal government and all the different policy changes. Transport Canada just made a new change that really impacts our operations in some of the airports going forward. So, it's a case-by-case basis, and I think we just need to keep on top of them and just adjust as we need to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you for that. I'll continue to follow up with the Minister on that at a future time. I'm just looking at the line item for transportation. Can the Minister speak to the 2019-2020 actual of $6 million versus the 3.7 or 3.8 that's been the usual forecast? Is that COVID-related expense? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I ask the member what page is she referring to? Just so 236? Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, the 6.0 in the 2019 actuals, the transportation line.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get ADM Brennan to find that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the difference there is about $2.2 million, and that's basically made up of about $1.2 million of incremental salaries that we spent on capital projects whereby the spending didn't meet the requirements of a federal funding agreement. We have worked on some bridges historically, and normally we pay for that at a capital, but because they never met the capital guidelines, it gets written off into the O&M. And then there was another couple $100,000 that was spent related to the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Link that we never had a budget for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Any further questions under asset management? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So on page 236, I see a few areas where funding is actually declining. Facilities and properties in the program detail, and then contract services and purchase services in the expenditure category. So can someone explain to me, as we build more and more assets, and we just had the largest capital budget ever, how these are declining over time? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, under the facilities and properties, there was a decrease of just over $1 million, which meant that there was a transfer of some of the property management budget to the regions where some of the functions were carried out. There was also, we have to consider some amortization costs to some of the buildings as well. So the variance there that we're looking at is for vacant positions for 2019-2020 for facilities and properties of about $400,000. There's also a surplus in the N.W.T building assets being delayed and not really pushed into service until this fiscal year of about $200,000. And also the operation and maintenance expenditures for facility risk management. So again, some of the deferred maintenance as well as property management. In terms of the contract service, yes, I see there's a decrease in the budget. Sorry, Madam Chair, that was his second question. Okay. So there was a decrease in the budget, and part of that is the internal transfer to the budget regional operations activity, as that's where the work was performed. So we're able to, there was a decrease, so there was transfer. There's also a sunset of the Northern Transportation Add-up Initiative. So those were some of the reductions in the costs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Those are pretty good briefing notes, if the Minister ever wants to share them. But so I think she answered the first two areas. What about purchased services? Is there some reason for the decline there between 2021 and what's forecast for next year? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was quickly able to find those numbers right in front of me. But I'm going to get ADM Brennan to answer that one.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so the decrease in purchase services is related to the money that was transferred to the regional operations. So about $1 million or so of money that was held in headquarters was for work being delivered in the regions. So we transferred the money into the regions, and about $150,000 of that was related to purchase services. So there should be a corresponding increase on regional operations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for that information. So I think this is the part of the budget where we pay for, or no, I guess it's actually, how do we pay for maintenance on highways? Is it found here? Is it found in the capital budget? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's in the operation expenditure in the main.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. So am I in the right section then if I wanted to know? All right, that's all I've got. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Any further questions under asset management? Member for Deschaux.
Merci, Madam Chair. I was looking at your production of granular materials. Although I don't quite see a line item for it, I had a question in that area. I'm not sure if that's saying that the N.W.T produces their own stockpile for granular material. Because I would really hope to stimulate local economies in our communities along the highway systems, whether the department can consider working with local development corps with the supply of the granular material. Because this is much, it creates much needed employment and ripple effect for the business opportunities to the mechanics and everybody else. It hires local people. Considering that many locals have taken the heavy equipment operator program at the Badger campus in Fort Smith. I'm just wondering if the department would consider working with the communities in this regard. Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, absolutely, if and where there's ability to be able to work with some of our community partnership, our Indigenous groups, and having a look at where we can see any improvements in services, and if it's a cost saving, and if there's opportunity for some training to be able to have some of the community local businesses make use of that program. And Madam Chair, this is not something that's new to us. This is something that the N.W.T has done in the past in terms of working. One example is the Clecho All-Season Road, and where there was opportunity to be able to partner and provide training for local residents. I mean, that was a nice success story. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Deschaux.
I don't have any further questions, Madam Chair, but that's wonderful to hear that they would consider that. Merci.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under asset management? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 236, Infrastructure, Asset Management, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022, main estimates, $18,138,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. We will now move to corporate management, beginning on page 239, with information items on page 241. So corporate management. Questions? Seeing none. Oh, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, can someone explain to me the increases for department management and finance found on page 240? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get ADM Brennan to answer this.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so first, for department management, there was an increase there of about $200,000, which is related to salaries for, I guess, it's for unfunded position, what we like to refer to as an inaccuracy of amalgamation, whereby there wasn't enough funding provided there. And on finance is, again, it was a funding that was moved in there to cover mostly, I think it was $600,000 for TSC chargebacks and some salary dollars as well for, again, an amalgamation inaccuracy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'm trying to understand what an amalgamation inaccuracy is. Can I get an explanation of that? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll get ADM Brennan to answer that again. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I think that when amalgamation happened, there's been some budgeting issues across the department, and we're trying to clean up some of the internal budgeting that we have. It was just amalgamation happened fairly quickly, although it's been quite a while since then, but they haven't been dealt with. So we've been trying to, under the new leadership, trying to deal with some of those areas to, make sure that we have the funding in the correct locations to deal with the people that we have hired to do those things. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just to be clear, is it the old infrastructure, transportation and public works amalgamation? Mr. Brennan, yeah?
Yes, thank you.
I'm like,
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I was in the last assembly and I tried to, one of the reasons why they were being amalgamated was basically a cost-cutting, cost-saving exercise. Some people did lose their jobs, and I know that there were efforts made to try to retain people through whatever the name of that policy is that N.W.T has, but there were less people working for infrastructure than there was for the two separate departments. So I'm just trying to square that with adding more money into the budget 2 or 3 years later to try to rectify this. It just doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Maybe someone can take another run at it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
thank you, Member. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this was amalgamation a number of years ago where Public Works and Department of Transportation were put together. And, I'm not sure the history on that, and I'm just going to look to ADM Brennan to see if he knows some of the history. I'm looking between my Deputy Minister, who might have been there the longest. Yeah, okay. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is it going to be ADM Brennan? Okay.
Sure, yeah. Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, so when amalgamation happened, and I was around then, so I can speak somewhat eloquently to it, I hope. So it did happen quickly based on the Cabinet decision to amalgamate the two departments for some reason, which I don't really know myself, but cost cutting is as good as any other reason, I'm sure. But there were when the budgets were formed, trying to amalgamate two big departments in a hurry, there were definitely some challenges going forward. So the department has been looking at some, internally, how do we allocate resources to the people who are there. So yes, there were some positions cut during that time, but the positions that were left over weren't funded properly because errors were made in moving the budgets into the proper location at that time. Those errors have not been corrected until now. We're starting to address some of them in this budget here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess if there's any lessons to be learned from that is you don't amalgamate departments quickly and think you're going to save a bunch of money. So, yeah, that's kind of what I was saying in the last assembly, but okay. Been confirmed. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when we had the Premier in front of us to talk to us about Executive and Indigenous Affairs, I asked where payouts to former Deputy Ministers would be found, and she mentioned they would all be found within the individual departments' budgets. So would this be where we would find payouts to Deputy Ministers or former staff in this area of the budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I will let the Minister answer if that's correct. But
That's correct.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we at least see $500,000 change for the last line items in compensation and benefits, and I see about $1 million in total to these areas. Just more of a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that as a comment. Any further questions? Okay. Corporate management. Any other questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. Last year when we did this exercise, we touched briefly on the topic of tracking carryovers, and I'm wondering what typically on an annual basis, what % of infrastructure's entire budget becomes a carryover to the next year? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that was the question I had about an hour ago in terms of, some of our summary costs. And when we get to the front page, we look at, and it's mostly, Madam Chair, because of a accounting structure and how the Department of Finance allows us to put some of the budgets on our estimates, and to be able to. So I'm going to ask ADM Brennan to be able to summarize that. It's kind of hard to explain on how the assets are, or the budget is comprised. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Brennan?
Madam Chair, yeah, so carryovers are essentially a capital item. So on capital projects, when we don't spend money, we request to carry over. And on the main estimates, there are no carryovers, except there is provisions to come for supplementary funding if you have a federal agreement where you can carry money over. But generally speaking, there's no carryovers in this budget, except as it ties to federal O&M funding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'm breaking up my questions more today because I got some flack for that last time. So my question really is about, there was discussion last year about a project tracking system in order to be able to track the carryovers that are happening. And so my assumption would be that this would come out of the O&M budget through department management. And I'm wondering if that is budgeted for within this year's O&M through department management. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it is.
Member? Any further questions?
Nope, I'm happy. Thank you.
Good. Are there any further questions under infrastructure corporate management? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 240. Infrastructure corporate management operation expenditures 2021-2022 main estimates $7,898,000. Does committee agree? Okay, thank you. We will now move on to regional operations. So this is one where we're going to jump ahead a little bit. Beginning on page 250 with information items on page 253 to 265. Sorry? 250, yeah. Okay, regional operations. Questions? Oh, no, you're staying? All right, committee, so this is regional operations beginning on page 250, and the actual to 253, but there's a whole bunch of informational items, and so if they pertain to this department, you can ask them on those for now. All right, so do I have questions on regional operations? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just get some explanation for, I see we spend I'm looking at page 251, and we spend $32 million a year on leases. And then if I go to the information item on 263 lease commitments, it's 12,124,000. Can I just get clarification of the difference between those numbers? I guess I want to understand, how much a year are we spending on leases? Is it 32 million a year or 12 million? Infrastructure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we're looking at the proposed budget. So we're asking an increase of 1.5, which brings us up to 32,601,000. And these are costs associated with the Child and Family Services. It also includes some of the leasing funds for education, culture, employment, some of the temporary student housing that has ended. So it is, to answer the member's question, it is an increase of 3.4 in terms of that. And there's a number of things that involved some of the Stanton Legacy, the long-term care facility, the lease associated, again, with the Child and Family Services, education, culture and employment, some of the temporary housing. So there are a number of variances in the budget in terms of how we justify the increases. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yellowknife gyógyszeres csíró. Nincs dolgos.
All right, member for Yellowknife North. Oh, sorry, I'll give you. Oh. Just wait. How's this?
Another minute.
Go ahead, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand we've added the ECE and Child and Family Services leasing. I'm not opposed to adding, when we need space, we need it. What I'm trying to understand is on 251, we spend 32 million on leases, but on 263, we spend 12 million on leases. I just would like to understand the difference between those two numbers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I thought I was clear in explaining how much we did spend, but obviously not. So I'll get ADM Brennan to speak to the other page that we're referring to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the question the member is asking, I think, is so the $12 million commitment on the leases page is our actual base rent that we pay on our annual leases. The additional money, which gets us to the 32 million, so another 20 million or so, is actually the O&M costs. So it's the utilities and maintenance and other type of activities that we have to pay as part of all those leases to get to the 32 million that you saw on page 250, whatever. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just trying to understand, there's a lot of money being spent here, and I'm trying to understand it. So the $35 million in utilities on page 251, that would be essentially the O&M for the buildings that we own, not the leases. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's correct.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll just reiterate my previous comment. I think there's, $32 million a year being spent here, and a hard look needs to be taken at it and an update on that policy. I wanted to move can I get an explanation for the $5 million increase to highway operations, what that is going to accomplish? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the highway operations, the increase of 4.6 includes the 400,000 for the internal reallocation for the maintenance on the N.W.T highway. From winter roads, as the budget is no longer needed, that's significantly changed. The 536 incremental increase for Highway 8 maintenance, and the amortization adjustment for the highway asset. The The variance, and I'm just going to double check the number here for highway maintenance. So the variance is a surplus due to the amortization expense. It was lower than expected in the previous year because of delay in capital assets, also being pushed into service by about $4.4 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was hoping the minister could help me understand what the threshold, so in our capital budget, there's a number of highways things, sometimes there's chip sealing, sometimes there's, completely rebuilding a highway, a bridge. Just kind of understanding the threshold of what this $85 million of highway operations is spent versus when it all of a sudden gets kicked into becoming a capital expense, what that threshold is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask ADM Brennan to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so this $85 million here, first of all, $55 million of this is amortization. So now we're down to $30 million bucks. And basically what that does is keeping our highways safe. Snow plowing, minor surface repairs, blading on the non-chip seal highways, and some minor repairs like that there. When we get into capital, it's more of the major items. When we start digging up a highway, replacing a culvert, doing extended lengths of chip seal, that's kind of what that covers there. So the O&M budget is meant to keep the highway safe on every day. The capital budget is meant to improve it for longer term. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That makes sense, and I always forget amortization is found in the O&M budget, so that's where that $55 million can come. Do we have an estimate of what it costs us to maintain a highway per kilometer? I recognize that's not an easy figure, and it varies depending on the highway, and it varies depending on whether it's an ice road. But I'm wondering if we, in some of our highways reporting, have a rough estimate of what we spend per year to maintain our highways based on kilometers or some sort of distance metric. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to, I've seen the numbers by highway. We had it broken down. I want to say it's a case-by-case basis. Every highway in the Northwest Territories, all 10 of them, have different costs associated with them, and some, based on some of the different gradings on the road, some are lucky enough to have concrete, some of us are stuck with gravel, but they all cost different, so thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm going to switch a bit to, I've seen different numbers at different times of what the cost per kilometer is. I guess is there a cost built into replacement as well? My understanding of the way we kind of roads work is that, every 30 or 50 years they have to be replaced, and, that's built into the amortization. In a sense, we amortize the asset over a fixed number of years, but then we also have to replace it again. Is there anywhere in the budget where we're actually reflecting, what it costs to replace a highway beyond just the O&M? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and I remember now why I've seen that number somewhere, like recently, and it was because it was sent to committee yesterday. So I'm sure the members received that yesterday, perhaps didn't, and I don't know, I'm not going to speak for that, but the numbers are in there, and we can send them again if members need to receive that. In terms of some of the costs for rebuilding, it would vary. I'll ask ADM Brennan to see if he's got any of the costs associated with building new highways, because the Northwest Territories is so vast and we have different geographically, we're different that way, so I'll get ADM. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so in terms of replacement of the highways, we're under a constant reconstruction of our highway system. So that's one of the things that the department has always asked federal funding for, was to continue to reconstruct or maybe maintain the highway system. So currently we spend about $38 million a year, $22 million federal, $16 million of money under our chip seal bridges and culverts budget in what we could consider to be rebuilding our highways. And that money tends to roll year over year. We, we try to have long-term agreements with Canada. So right now we're using our Building Canada Plan funding, which expires in 23-24 at $22.5 million per year, plus our $16 million per year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Mr. Norn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Noting the time, I ask that you rise to report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order, non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Thank you to the witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses out of the chamber.
May I please have the report of the Committee of the Whole, please, member for Nivik Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 286-19-2 main estimates 2021-2022 and would like to report progress with one motion carried. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Seconder, member for N.W.T. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, return to oral questions, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bill 3, Bill 12, Bill 13, Bill 14, Committee Reports 8 and 9, Minister Statements 77, Table Documents 165, 166, 167, 286, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.